The PSLE Journey community is really a community by which the experienced educators here at My Stretcher, as an educational center, really shares the resources and the materials and the tools to really help our parents and our students as we go towards the PSLE. So we do know that the PSLE journey is an important one and it's not an easy one. And be it as parents and as students, we do face a lot of challenges, right, as we go on this journey towards the milestone exam at the end of the year. So what we are trying to do here is really trying to, as best as possible, share the resources that's available to really help our parents and our students along on this journey. So for those of you who has been a part of that community, you will see that actually you will have gotten the first resource, which is the mock WA1 paper. As a quick introduction, I'm teacher Wei Lun here, and I'm a Deputy Academic Director here at My Stretcher. And together with me, we have teacher Han Ming, who is our math teacher here at My Stretcher. What we'll be doing is really going through the mathematics WA paper. So for those of you who have tried, that would be great, right? But if you have not done that yet, no worries, right? You can just have a sample of that paper with you. Hopefully you have managed to print that out, right? So it's the one that we have shared on the Telegram. So it'd be good if you can have a copy of that on hand for reference, and then we'll go through that. Do also kindly note that because we do have limitations on time, because we do have a 1 hour, and after that we will have the science segment starting, we will not be able to go through all the solutions, right? And that's not the intent of the session, to go through every single solution, because actually you all be well aware the solutions are already given to you, right? In terms of the very comprehensive mark solutions. So what we are trying to do tonight is really looking at a few questions within the paper, doing a deeper dive into them, and working with the students to let them know what are some common mistakes, what are some of the common trending questions to highlight, and what are some of the tips and techniques that will be useful to help them to approach these questions. So that will be the perspective that we come from for tonight. So we'll be only looking at selected questions within the paper itself. For other questions, you can refer to the very detailed solution key that we have provided for your purpose. Okay. And to keep the session interactive, anytime there can be any questions or any clarifications, feel free to type that within the chat, and then we will take it from there as well. Okay. So with that, I'm going to hand over to teacher Han Ming to kickstart today's session on the Math WA paper. To your question, subsequently, there will be a science teacher that comes in to go through the science portion, right? So that will come in the second hour, right? So from 8:30 to 9:30. Okay, yeah. So teacher Han Ming, over to you.
All right. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, Wei Lun. Now, just a quick introduction. I'm teacher Han Ming, and I'll be going through some selected questions from the math mock WA paper. So, okay, we have limited time, so let me quickly share my screen. Okay. Right. Okay. Now, the questions that we'll be going through are the questions that many students find difficulty in either understanding or have problems in finding the correct technique to solve. Okay, so the first question I'll be going through is this one here. Okay, let me zoom in. Okay, question 15. Mr. Adam drilled 2, 3, and 4 holes into 3 ice cream sticks before tying them together as shown in the figure, and it forms a triangular frame as shown. Okay, the holes divide each ice cream sticks into 3, 4, and 5 equal parts respectively, and all sides of the frame are of equal length. If stick A is 360 cm long, find the total length of all the 3 ice cream sticks. Okay, now the question is a very long question, and for many students, once they see a long question, they start to panic. Now, when the question is long, there is no need to panic. You just need to read it line by line and catch the important information from each line or each part of the question. So let me go through the question again, but this time part by part, all right? Now, the first line, Mr. Adam drilled 2, 3, and 4 holes into the ice cream sticks and ties them together. This describes the question, okay? The triangular frame is shown here. The holes divide the ice cream sticks into 3, 4, and 5 equal parts respectively. Now, one important thing is either highlight or circle or underline the important parts of the question. Now, what does it mean by divide the ice cream sticks into equal parts? That means for, let's say, stick A, these holes, okay, these holes are dividing the stick into equal parts. And in this case, since stick A only has 2 holes, it will be divided into 3 equal lengths. Okay? Now, the next sentence says all sides of the frame are of equal length. All sides of the frame are of equal length. That means, let me change the color. This length, and this length. All 3 lengths are same length. All right? And the next part says that stick A is 360 cm long. So stick A, the whole length of stick A is 360 cm. So I can say that this length, right, because it's divided into 3 parts, this length is just 360 divided by 3. Okay? Okay? This is one side of the frame. This is one side of the frame, okay, which is 120 cm. Since all 3 sides of the frame are the same length, it means this is also 120 cm and 120 cm. Okay, so all 3 sides are 120 cm. So let's take a look at stick B. Stick B here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Stick B has 1, 2, 3 holes here. The 3 holes will divide the stick B into 4 equal parts. And taking a look here, each interval for stick B over here, 2 intervals are 120 cm. That means for stick B, one interval itself is 60 cm. And the total length of stick B is 1, we can count 1, 2, 3, 4 intervals. So the length of stick B is 60 cm is for 1 interval. I got 4 intervals here. All right, 240 cm altogether for stick B. Okay, how about stick C? It is also 120 cm. And this 120 cm in stick C is taking up 3 intervals. So if 3 intervals is 120 cm, 1 interval here, this would be 40 cm already. And for the total length of stick C, the stick has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 intervals. 5 intervals altogether. So I take 40 cm, multiply it by 5, which is 200 cm. Okay, so far, I hope you are following. As for the length of stick A, the length of stick A is actually already given, here. Okay, the length of stick A is given as 360 cm already. So now I have the length of stick A, 360, the length of B, 240, and the length of C is 200. So I can easily find the total length of all the three sticks by adding up together. Okay, so the total length is stick A is 360 cm plus the stick B is 240 and the stick C 200. Okay, and if you add them up, it will be a total of 800. So we just select the correct answer from the options available. All right. So this is one of the questions students have problem with because, for one thing, the question is very long, and when the students see a long word problem, they tend to think it's difficult. But all you need to do is break the problem down, break it down. And after you do it, from each part, extract the important information from each line or each sentence. And if you can do it, the problem can be solved one step at a time. All right? Okay. All right. So this is question 15. Now, the next question I'm going to go through is question 19 over here. Question 19. Let me zoom in. Okay. Jane and Peter shared a sum of money in a ratio 5:7. After Jane spent $168, the ratio became 1:3. How much money did Jane have in the end? Okay, for this question, it's actually make use of one of our MindStretcher power quotes called one unchanged. There's one value that's unchanged, and that is the amount of money that Peter has. Okay, at first, Jane and Peter has a sum of money shared in this ratio. So let me highlight. This is the important information. And I know that this is Jane. This is Peter. Okay. Jane spent $168. So I spent the money already. This is spent. Okay. Sorry, my pen is not working very well. Okay. Then after spending, the ratio becomes 1:3. Okay, so the thing is, only Jane is spending the money. The amount of money Peter has is the same. That's why we call it one unchanged. Okay, one value, which is Peter's amount of money, that will remain unchanged. So how do we do it? Now, the rubric to do it is we are going to use ratio because the question gives the ratio to us. So Jane to Peter. Now, before, what is happening? Before, the ratio of Jane and Peter is 5:7. Okay? What happened? What is the change? The Jane spends 168, so minus 168. Okay? And after spending this amount of money, what happens? The ratio becomes 1:3. Okay? Now, the thing is, the amount of money Peter has will be the same. Peter has the same amount of money. Okay? Because Peter doesn't spend any money or Peter doesn't receive any extra money. Okay? But the before, Peter has 7 units and after Peter has 3 units. So it is very difficult to compare them. So what can we do to the ratios? We can change Peter's amount to the same number of units. And we do this by using equivalent ratios. So if I look at the Peter's number of units before and after 7 and 3, the lowest common multiple of 7 and 3 is 21. I need to change this ratio to 15 to 21. Okay. As for this ratio, I want to change it into 21 as well for Peter. I need to multiply by 7. Okay. This is by multiplying 7 on both ratios. For this one, the beginning is multiplying 3 on both parts. Okay. Now I can compare more easily because the number of units for Peter is 21 and 21. Okay. And the change from 15 units to 7 units for Jane is because of the spending $168. After spending $168, the 15 units become 7 units. So I can easily calculate. So the units that are being spent is 15 minus 7. Okay, this is the number of units being spent. So 15 minus 7 is 8. Okay, and I can easily find what is 1 unit. Now, after finding 1 unit, what does the question ask for? The question asks, how much money did Jane have at the end? At the end, over here, Jane has 7 units. So I need to count how much is 7 units. Jane has 7 units. So 21 times 7. Okay, so the answer will be $147. Okay, so this is the question 19. Okay, do it step by step. Highlight the important information that the question gives. Remember the techniques that you have learned, either from school or from MindStretcher. Okay, know how to apply the proper technique to solve. And once you identify the proper technique, then the solving is just a matter of following the correct technique and getting to the answer. Okay? Okay, so that is question 7. Sorry, question 19. Now, let me go on to question 23, this one. This is another question that students have problem with, okay, because they don't know how to look at the diagram. Okay, so, but let's take a look. Read the question properly first. Okay, what does the question say? There is a big rectangle. There's a big rectangle made up of 6 identical small rectangles. Now, the small rectangles are identical. That means exactly the same size and shape. That means the length and breadth of the small rectangles are the same. Okay? The perimeter of the big rectangle is 80 cm. Find the area of the shaded part. There is 4 shaded small rectangles here. Okay, so the information given is the perimeter of the big rectangle. Okay, what does the perimeter consist of? Now, it consists of this length. Okay, now the thing is, this length that I am drawing is the length, all these are length of the small rectangle, right? All these are the length of small rectangle. And This one. This one is the breadth of the small rectangle. This one. So I can see this entire parameter consists of 4 lengths and 4 breadth. Okay, 4 lengths and 4 breadth of the small rectangle. That is what the big rectangle consists of. Okay, so what I can do now, if I know that the parameter is 80, 4 lengths plus 4 breadth, the parameter is 80 cm. So I can easily tell that one length and one breadth. Okay, just divide by 4. Okay, one length and one breadth would be 20 cm. Okay, one length and one breadth is 20 cm. Now, what other information does the diagram provide for me? Take a look at this one. This is the length of the small rectangle, and look at what it consists of on the other side of the line. It consists of 4 breadths. 4 breadths of the rectangle here. So what can I tell from this part of the diagram? One length has the same value as 4 breadths. So, and one length has the same value as 4 breadth means this length has the same value as 4 breadths of the small rectangle. So if that's the case, if there's 4 breadths here and 1 breadth here, total is 20. I can say that total five breadths are 20 cm and 1 breadth okay? One breadth, the breadth of the rectangle, the small rectangle is 4 cm. And since one breadth is 4 cm, one length should be just take the breadth times 4 from the diagram here, okay? Okay? Now that I got the breadth and the length of each small rectangle, it is very easy to find the area of one small rectangle and find the area of 4 small rectangles to find the total shaded area. Okay, so let's do it. Sorry, yeah. One small rectangle. Okay, so 4 times 16. Okay, and the shaded area is 4 small rectangles, right? So shaded area okay, will be 256. Okay, so this is how you look at this question over here. So difficulty of this question is if the student is not able to see the proper information that the diagram is trying to tell you, they may have difficulty. But keep calm, okay? Keep calm, observe the diagram, label the diagram. Another common error by student is they try to do everything in their heads. They do not like to label the diagram. Now, do not be afraid to label the diagram, and please use pencil to do so, because pencil, if you find that you label wrongly, you can erase. Do not use pen to label, because once the pen is there, the ink is there permanently. You find that there is something wrong, you want to cancel a pen ink, your paper is going to get very messy. So it's best to use a pencil to label the diagram properly. And once you label the diagram properly, you may be able to see things that you couldn't before. All right? Okay, so this is question 23. Now, the next question I'm going to go through is paper 2, question 11. Sorry, I think my computer is lagging a bit. Okay, this one. Question 11 of paper 2. All right? Now, there are 3 conveyor belts, P, Q, and R. So what does this conveyor belt do? They will use to move 1 days of gemstones output from a mine to a rail line. So if only one conveyor belt was used, the time taken to completely move all the gemstones for the P, Q, and R would have been 12 hours, 15 hours, 20 hours respectively. If all 3 conveyors were turned on at the same time, what would be the total number of hours taken to move the gemstones to the rail line? Give the answer as a mixed number in the simplest form. Okay, so what are the important information? So they are going to move 1 day's, 1 day's gemstone output. Actually, the important one is 1 day. Okay. If only one conveyor were used, the time taken to move all the gemstone completely will be 12 hours, 15, and 20. Okay. So what is going to happen? Now, if you turn on all 3 conveyors at the same time, what is the total number of hours that would be needed to move all the gemstones? So let's see. In the conveyor belt Q, okay? Sorry, for P, let's look at P first. For P, what is happening? In 12 hours is needed to move all the gemstones. 12 hours is needed, okay? Hours is needed to move all the gemstones. So in 1 hour, what is happening? 1/12 of the gemstones are moved only. Only this fraction of the gemstones are moved in 1 hour. All right? And what about Q? For Q, if I use the conveyor Q, 15 hours will be needed. Okay? But in 1 hour, for Q, this fraction of the gemstones will be moved. Okay? And what about the last one? For R, in 1 hour, what fraction of the gemstones can be used? Total, I'll need 20 hours. So in 1 hour, only 1/20 of, okay, the gemstones are moved, okay? So I turn on all the three conveyors at the same time. What is going to happen? So in 1 hour, okay, if all three conveyors are used, in 1 hour, the fraction that of gemstones that will be moved would be just the sum of all this. Okay. Now this is a paper 2 question. So in paper 2, you are allowed to use calculators. All right. You are allowed to use calculators in paper 2. So if you use a calculator to calculate, okay, one fifth of the gemstones are moved in 1 hour if I use all three conveyors. So when that happens, then okay, only 1/5 are moved. So there are 4/5 left to go, right? So 1 hour is able to move 1/5 of it. So if I want to move all of it, I will need to multiply it by 5. Okay, so I will need 5 hours to move all the gemstones. Okay, yes. Okay, I will hand the session now to Wei Lun. He will go through another few questions from paper 2. All right, Wei Lun, over to you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Teacher Han Ming. So let me share my screen now. Okay, so next we are going to look at question 13, okay? So question 13 is the next question that we are looking at. As mentioned, we are not going to go through every single question, but we'll focus on the key questions that we want to highlight certain misconceptions or any difficulties from the students, okay? So if you all look at this particular question here, this question is said Denise and Ralph shared some key rings in the ratio 2:3, right? So the concept here that's being tested is on ratio. They said Ralph gives 3/4 of his rings to Denise, and then Denise has 70 key rings more than Ralph in the end. Question 8 is said, how many rings does Ralph give to Denise? So for this question, we need to set up a ratio first, right? So for ratio questions, the idea here is we need to put out a ratio, and we can see over here, what do we know? We know Denise, we know Ralph, right? And before Ralph gives the rings to Denise, we know the ratio is in the form 2:3, right? So this is what we know. So I'm just writing down the most obvious thing first. But now you'll see the problem is Ralph gives 3/4 of the rings to Denise. So 3/4 of these 3 units. But you see the problem is 3/4 cannot really times 3. So what do we need to do next? Maybe you all can type in the chat. There's a hint here. What do we need to do to this ratio so that we can take 3/4 multiplied by the units that Ralph has? What do we need to do? Okay, very good. So Jenny said to convert. How do we convert? Okay, like what Hayne has mentioned, very good, right? So we have to find the LCM, right? The LCM of 3 and 4, right? And that's going to be equals to 12, exactly, right? So that's what we need to do. And then, like what y'all mentioned, essentially we have to change this ratio by multiplying it by 4, right? We'll multiply this by 4, and we are going to get 8:12, right? 8:12, okay? So this is one part here that is important, where we must understand how to convert ratio, right? How to convert ratio. That's the key technique in this question. And once we have converted into this new ratio, like what you all have mentioned, we can then start to calculate for question A, right? Which is what is the key rings, right, that Ralph gives to Denise in units, right? In units. So we know it is 3/4 of 12 units, right? So we have converted the units, it's 12 units. So it's 3/4 of 12 units. And once we do that, you can see that is equals to 9 units. That means what happens is that Ralph actually gave 9 units to Denise, right? Ralph actually gave 9 units to Denise. So what can we see here, right? We can actually write it here as well. So let me write the after for you, after the transfer, right? So if you look at it here, if I draw the ratio for you so it's easier to see. So you can see for Denise and for Ralph, you can see what was transferred, right? So Ralph gave away 9 units, so it's minus 9. But Denise got 9 units from Ralph, so it's plus 9. Okay? So guys, what I want you all to know after that is you all can tell me in the chat also. After this, so Denise got 9 units, Ralph minus 9 units. How many units does Denise have in the end? And how many units does Ralph have in the end? You all can tell me in the chat. So how many units does Denise have in the end? And how many units does Ralph have in the end? Okay, very good, right? So like what Miranda mentioned, right? Denise would have 9 plus 8, that is 17. Where Ralph will have 12 minus 9, and that is 3, exactly, right? So this is what you all need to recognize. Actually, once you can do these two steps, these two ratios, you can already start to solve already. Because what do they want? They want how many key rings did Ralph give to Denise, correct? So all we need to do, right, all we need to do here is that we know in the end, the difference between Denise and Ralph is 17 units and 3 units, right? So the difference in the rings in the end, in terms of units, is 17 minus 3, and that's equals to 14 units, right? 14 units. And if you look at the question, they said the difference between Denise and Ralph is 70 rings. 70 rings, right? 70 rings. So from there, you can see then we can just calculate because we know 14 units is equals to 70 rings, right? Because that is the difference between Denise and Ralph, right? And once you can do that, you can then solve for 1 unit. So 1 unit is 70 divided by 14, and that is 5 rings, right? 5 rings. So question A says what? Question A says how many rings did Ralph give to Denise? So we know he gave 9 units, and each unit is 5 rings. So all we need to do, so rings given to Denise, right, is just 5 times 9, and that is 45. Right? So that is the answer for part 1. Right? So you can see what's the technique here that the student needs to learn is about converting the ratio and knowing what is at the start and at the end. Okay? The question 2, what did they say? How many rings do the children have all together? Right? How many rings do the children have all together? So guys, can you tell me how many units do they have in the end? Both of them combined together. Yep, very good, right? So like what Ishuan, Abunaya, Chris mentioned, right? 20 units in total. So total rings, we know is 20 units. So all we need to do is to take 20 times 5 because 1 unit is equals to 5, right? And then we will get 100, right? And that's the answer for this second question here, right? So that's all we need to do for this question. The learning point here again is remember how to convert for the ratio, okay? This question, is there an easier way or a shorter way? Not exactly. I would say that this method here is probably the fastest that you can go already, right? For this particular question, okay? So with that, I'm going to go on to the next question, which is question 14, okay? So we have done one question now on ratio. Now let's look at another question. And I want to take this chance to introduce a kind of technique, a power quote to you for those of you who are my special students. So here you see a farmer rears some sheep and turkeys on the farm, right? Animals have a total of 280 eyes and 400 legs. What fraction of the animals are sheep? So before we even get to the power code, I want you to tell me a logical question first. Based on the fact that there are 280 eyes, are you all able to tell me what's the total number of animals on the farm? You all can type in the chat. Very good, right? So some of you got it. Why is it 140? Because each animal has one pair of eyes, right? So that's 280 divided by 2, and that's 140. So do you see, actually we made the question a bit more interesting here. We didn't say it's 140 animals, but instead we tell you 280 eyes. And that's what they will do in the PSLE sometimes, right? So they will change the question a bit. They try to tell you something without telling you very obviously, right? They want to see whether you know that or not, right? So believe it or not, some students actually will get slip up by this one, right? So you have to look very carefully. You have to infer the logic behind that. So that's the first part, okay? So very good to all of you, right? So that's correct. Now my second question to y'all, and y'all can type in the chat. What is the problem solving strategy here? What is the power code for those of you who are with my stretcher, right? That we do over here. Yeah, very good, right? So I see a lot of correct answer. Mingxi, Zining, Miranda, Cindy, all correct so far, right? Assumption method, right? So the power code here that we are using is going to be the assumption method, right? Usually it's like that. So how do we look at the keywords? The keywords is like that. You will see questions like eyes and legs, but we don't know how many sheep, how many turkey are there. That's usually the kind of questions where we have to use assumption, right? So let's use the assumption method, right, to solve this question. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assume, right? How do I assume? I assume all animals are turkey, right? All animals are turkey. So if all animals are turkey, what is the supposed number of legs if all are turkey? Can you all type in the chat? So if everyone is turkey, that means no sheep. How many legs should there be? Yeah, very good, right? So Avinash, Ishuan, Cindy, all correct. So it's 140 times 2. That's 280, right? So actually, there should be 280 legs if all turkey. But actually, how many legs are there? There is actually 400 legs. So what y'all can see here is that the difference, right? The difference between the actual and the supposed legs, right? And the supposed legs is 400 minus 280, and that's 120. So what caused this difference, guys? So I'll ask you these questions. How come got this 120 more? Where does this 120 legs come from? Y'all can type in the chat. So what's the thought process here? Where does this 120 legs come from actually? Where do they pop out from? Exactly, right? The sheep, right? The sheep, right? Because not all are turkey, some are actually sheep, right? And what you all need to recognize is this, that there is a difference, right, between, right? There is a difference between the legs of a sheep and one turkey. And that is 4 minus 2, right? Which is 2. So every time you just think of it this way, right? So we assume everyone is a turkey. But actually what happens is every time we change a turkey to a sheep, we actually will increase by 2 more legs because a sheep has 2 more legs than one turkey. Right? So that's how we think about this question. So what is the final step to doing this question? How do we find then the number of sheep? Are you able to tell me the working for this? Yep, very good. Right, so all of you are correct. So Cindy, Pia Chan, uh, Avinash, Janice, all correct. Well done, huh? Miranda as well. So we take the difference, the big difference, which is 120, divided by the small difference, which is 2, right? And we'll get the answer, which is 60 sheeps. Okay, so that's all we do it. So the technique here is assumption, or we can also think of it as it's like the big difference divided by the small difference, right? That's the other way to look at it. So with that, then it's very easy to solve already. So we want the sheep over the total animals. So that will just be 60 out of 140, which is equals to 3 out of 7. right? And that's the answer for this question. So guys, a very important thing to note is that some of you mentioned here you all want to do guess and check, right? So again, if you do guess and check and you get the correct answer, it will get accepted. But this is one case whereby I must say, using guess and check is too tedious, right? It's going to take too much time, right? And it's a good idea then if you look at this, doing guess and check is too many combination already. So this is what we mean by if you want to have an effective way of solving it, actually assumption method would be the best here. Okay, Ken? You have limited time, like what Janice mentioned. Especially you see for paper two, right? The reason why some people run out of time is because either you don't know how to solve a question or you use a not so effective method to solve a question, right? So what we are trying to do here is to tell you, okay, how do we look at the best method to solve a question? By looking at the clues and finding that method. So there are going to be many methods for some questions, but how do we find the best method? Okay, Ken? So that's it for this question on assumption. Assumption questions come out very often in the PSLE. So it's very important that you all master that, okay? Okay, I'm going to go to question 16 now, okay? So question 16, 3 times as many sheep as rabbits are reared on a farm, right? 3 times as many sheep as rabbits are reared on a farm. Number of sheep is twice the number of ducks. The animals have a total of 4, 5, 9, 8 legs. How many sheep are there? So guys, very interesting question because you look at it, just now that one was animals and legs. But now also animals and legs. Then have you wondered, some of you may be wondering, right? But teacher, how come just now is assumption? Is it now also assumption? Right? The idea is, you see, this question is not about assumption. So why I brought up this question is because you see, they all talk about animals and legs, but this is not an assumption question. What is one easy way to think about it is that you can see, number one, usually where it concerns 3 things or more, it is not so likely to be an assumption method. Okay? Assumption method usually concerns 2 things, right? 2 things, like just now the sheep and the duck, right? But here you see there are 3 things, right? And when there are 3 things, right, the hint here is if you see there are 3 things here, and one of them repeats themselves. Do you see? Here, sheep and rabbit, sheep repeat itself once. Here, sheep repeats itself again. What is the kind of technique that you all will suspect here actually? So it could be a different name based on where you learn it, but what would be that power code that would be useful here? Very good. Actually, Abhinaya already mentioned it already. Miranda as well. Well done. The idea here is that of repeated identity. Okay, so I can tell you all one way to look at it is you circle the clue. You see these 3 dudes, sheep, rabbit, and ducks, and one of them repeat themselves. The sheep repeats itself. That's why it's called the repeated identity, right? The repeated identity in this case is the sheep. So some of you may wonder, what does that mean? So let's work it out together, right? So that you all can appreciate that. So what you all need to recognize here is if you do it in terms of a ratio, we have rabbits, we have sheep, and we have duck, correct? So we know sheep to rabbits, 3 times as many sheep to rabbit. So rabbits is essentially 1, and sheep is 3, right? So that's what we know. The next thing that we know is sheep to duck is what? Sheep to duck is 2 is to 1. 2 is to 1. So guys, do you all see here? There is this thing called the repeated identity, where the sheep is repeated. But you see, there are different units. One is 3 and one is 2. Can't be, right? The sheep should be the same number. So how do we go about solving this question? What do we need to do to the sheep? You all can type in the chat. Yeah, very good. Okay. So Avinesh is correct. Xinhua, Melissa, all correct as well. Well done. So we are looking at the lowest common multiple actually. Right? We are looking at the lowest common multiple of 2 and 3, and that's equals to 6. So what we're going to do is we have to change sheep to a common number, which is 6 here. So how do we do that? I'm going to just multiply this by 2, and here I multiply by 2 as well. So I will get 2 is to 6. And over here, I'm going to do a same transformation. I'm going to multiply this by 3 and this by 3, right? So it becomes 6 as well. So do you see over here then very nicely, we have the ratio already. I have 2 units of rabbit, 6 units of sheep, and 3 units of duck. So that is the repeated identity part. So guys, the catch here though is that we are looking at the number of legs, right? We are interested in the total number of legs. So my question to you is, we can't really solve that yet. We know the number of animals, but we have not linked that to the legs yet. So now guys, I have another question to you. Is there another power code actually that we can use here? And if so, what would that be? You all can type in the chat. So this is the second part to this question, huh? Okay, very good. Good guess from Miranda, Janice, Avinesh as well. Right, so it's the grouping or set method, right? There's another way to look at it is actually units times value as well, right? So if you look at this here, essentially what you can see is that if you see the animals, right? If you see this is units times value, right? What's units times value? The idea behind that is this, right? We have three different types of animals, right? We have rabbit, we have sheep, and then we have duck, right? So what do we know from each of them? So if we were to just write it out for you to see here, just to show you this particular power code that is quite useful, right? Do you see? Units is just what we already know. We know rabbit is 2. We know sheep is 6. We know duck is 3. Correct? What is the value? So units is the number of them. What should the value be in this case? You all can type in the chat. What should we write under the value table, the value column? What does value refer to? Okay, value, very good, right? So Melissa, Abinaya is all correct. The value, Xueling and Miranda as well. Value refers to the number of legs that each animal has. Okay, that's how we link it back to the question, which is the number of legs, correct? That was the missing part of the question, right? So rabbit, we know has 2 legs, right? So essentially rabbit here, right, has these 2 legs, right? Okay, and then we have a sheep that has 4 legs, right? And then we have this duck that has these 2 legs as well, right? Okay, sorry, rabbit is not 2 legs, right? So rabbit is 4, right? So then once you can do that, that is how we do units times value. So you just take the unit times the value literally. So we take 2 times 4 is equals to 8. Then the sheep is 6 times 4 equals to 24. And duck is 3 times 2 equals to 6. Right? So then you can see the total here would be the sum of these 3 numbers, 8, 24, and 6. And you can see that's equals to 38 units, right? This is what we call as the units times the value method. So with that 38 units, then it's very easy to solve already because we know the 38 units is equals to the 4598 legs, exactly. So like what Avinesh mentioned, it's like finding the number of groups also, right? So we have 38 units is equals to 4598. So 1 unit is equals to 4598 divided by 38, right? And that's 121. We are interested in the number of sheep, right? So sheep, we know is how many units? Sheep, we know is 6 units, right? So all we need to do is to take 121 times 6, and then we'll get the answer, right? Which is 726, right? So that's the answer for part A. So guys, do you see why do we highlight this question? Do you see the interesting thing is, can you all tell me, guys, in the chat, how many power codes did we use in this question? In total, how many power codes? Right, exactly. Avinash, Janice, all correct. We use 2. Do you see? And this is what the harder kind of question looks like in PSLE, whereby you see a lot of questions, usually they only use 1 power code, right? But here they use 2, they use 2, So you see, if they use 2, right, that means it's a bit harder because you have to use 2 different power codes to solve the question, right? So that is the thing that you all need to be familiar with, that sometimes it's going to be like that. Can it come to 3? Not really. Usually at most 2 power code. Is this common in the PSLE? Something like that has come up before. In fact, I would say this question, units times value, is quite like the last question of the paper before last year. It's quite like that. In fact, the paper before last year, units times value was that very last question actually. Okay? Yeah. So B is simple. So one third of the ducks are sold. How many animals are left on the farm? So that one is fairly simple. So this is A. For B, we can talk about the number of ducks sold. So ducks sold in units, because it's 3 units, one third of them are sold, right? So essentially what happens here is that if you look at it here, one third times 3 units, that is equals to 1 unit, right? 1 unit. So what is the animals left? Animals left, in total, we have 11 units. We minus one away, right? We minus one away. That's going to be equals to 10 units, right? And 10 units is going to be equals to 10 times 121, because you already know 1 unit is 121, right? And that's how we can get the answer, which is 1210. Okay, 1210. So guys, very important question. Units times value is a very common method that they like to test in the PSLE. So very important tip here is that if you all don't remember this method, this is like a grouping method. It's something that you all should become familiar with. And particularly for those questions like 15, 16, 17, these are the questions where they can group 2 or more power codes together. So usually 2 is already quite killer already, because if you look at it, if you can't get through the first one, you can't even get to the second one. Correct? So do what we did just now. You circle the clues in the question. You ask yourself, first step, what is the power code? After you have done that, then second step, what's the next power code? Then from there, you can solve the question really. Okay, Ken? Okay, I'm going to wrap up with just one last question before we go to science, okay? So I'm going to finish up with the last part. Okay, so the important thing to note here is that the very last question is on, if you look at this here, is actually on this question with regards to volume. So volume questions are common in the PSLE again. Very common question, something that always come up in paper 2 actually. So how do we look at questions like that? Especially this particular question, there is a very common thing that they like to test, which is on combined base area. So I'm going to just go through that uh, a while shortly, okay? So let's look at this question together. So everybody, you see there are 2 containers. This is a very common pattern. They will give you 2 containers and they will tell you I transfer from one to the other. That's usually how it goes, okay? So here what do you see? You see container S, which is this one, was 25% filled with water. Okay, 25% filled. Then they said some of the water is poured into T, right? Until the height of the water in T and the water in S is equal, right? So they ask what's the height of the water in T. So guys, do you see here? The hard part about this question is this part here. This is what they like to test in the PSLE, where they say, I transfer from one tank to the other, and then they say the height suddenly become the same, right? But they don't tell you what is it, right? But they want you to find it, right? So that's a very common question type. And we are going to go through how do we solve that first, okay? So guys, I asked you for this question. What would be the first step to solving this question? What is your first step? You all can type in the chat. Very good. Volume of water in S, exactly. Right? Like what Zining and Avinash and Miranda mentioned as well. First step is the volume of water in container S. So guys, some of you may already feel a bit confused when you see this height is equal. So your psychology here is you will think, I'm just going to give up because I don't even understand what they mean. But the moral of the story and why you want to highlight this question is this. A lot of times a question, especially for the 5 marks question, there's always this low-hanging fruit step. And what's the low-hanging fruit step? It's an easy step that you just put in one working, you can still get a mark, right? And don't give up. So the moral of the story is don't give up. Ask yourself, is there a step like that? So there is one step here. You see? The step here is you just find the water here. That one is not difficult, right? That is just taking 70 cm times 40 times 84, right? And then times the 25%. That's all, right? Because they said this is the amount of water inside. So that's 58,800 cm square of water, cm cube, sorry, of water. So that already give you 1 mark really, actually, right? Just by doing that, okay? Okay, there won't be questions more than 5 marks. So it will only be 3 mark, 4 mark, and 5 mark for paper 2 question, okay? So this is the first step, and this is the easy step. The next step is the one that's not so easy because they said, oh, I transfer from here to here until the height is the same. How do we go about doing this question? How do y'all do this question? Are you all able to tell me? Okay, some of you say guess and check. So my advice to you is this question you shouldn't do guess and check. Guess and check will make it too complicated. Okay, very good. So I see from Manu, I see from Daniel, these are all correct. We need to combine the base area of these two container together. Okay, we need to find the combined base area of that. Why do we need to do that? I'm going to show you why, okay? So you can see, just visualize it like that. I take some water from here, I transfer it over here until their height is the same, right? Let's just draw it, for instance, so that you all can see. Let's say the height becomes this, okay? And the height here is this, so the height is the same, okay? The height is exactly the same, right? So what I need you all to think about as a thought process is now you visualize. You see, now they are apart from each other, right? I want you to visualize now the two container, I combine them together. I kiap them together. You see, I kiap them together. So you see, I'm going to draw it for you. So this one here, I draw it like that, like a stick figure, so it's easier for you to visualize. Okay, and then this one, I'm going to smash them together. So you see, this one, I put it over here. Okay? Okay, do you see? So this is what they look like. And now what do we say? We say that they have the same height. So I'm going to just draw for you all. You all see? They have the same height. So this is the same height. And this is what you're trying to find. Do you see? So guys, now if I show you, it's like one continuous solid where I combine them together. And now they have the same height. Do you see? How do I then find the volume of this? Do you see? It's the height times the combined base area. Do you see? Now there is only one single base area because I combine them together. Exactly. Like what Manu has said, like what Mirano has said. This is the reason why we would therefore find the combined base area of the two figures. Do you see? It's easier to visualize once you smash them together, right? So with that, how do we find the combined base area? So combined base area, right, is just going to be 70 times 40, right? 70 times 40 plus 128 times 25, right? That's all we need to do, right? And then after you have combined them together, then you can get the answer, right? So what's the answer here for the combined base area? Are you able to tell me? What do you all get? So 128 times 25, right? What do you all get? Right, 6,000 exactly. Right, so you get 6,000 cm squared. So all we need to do then to find the height, right, to find the height is to take the volume, which is 58,800 cm cubed divided by 6,000 cm squared, right? And that is how we get the height, and that is 9.8 centimeters. So you see, if I go back to this figure here, right? So we know the combined base area is 6,000. All we need to do is to take 58,800 divided by the base area. And that's how we get the height, which is 9.8. So guys, the technique here that you all need to bear in mind is when they both have the same height, the way to calculate the height is just to combine the base area together. Okay, so this one, again, very common question. Just remember that technique. If you all cannot remember, just visualize this. Okay? Don't worry, guys. I'm nearly done already. Part B, then I'm done. Then I'll hand over to teacher Mingy already. Okay? So part B, very simple. So what's the volume of water in S in the end, right? So volume of water in S in the end, right? So all we need to do, we know the height is 9.8, right? And then the base is 70 and 40. So all we need to do is to take 9.8 times 70 times 40, and then we can get the answer, which is 27440 cm cubed. So guys, one last learning point here is, do you see? They like to trick you that way. They want it in liters. So you all have to be very careful when it comes to questions like that, especially for volume. They like to do the trick, like cm, but they ask in liters. So you need to do the conversion. If you don't do it, you will get marks minus, okay? So all we need to do here is to divide by 1,000, and then you will get 27.44 liters, right? And that's the answer for part B. Okay, so part A is 9.8 and part B is 27.44. Okay, can? Yeah, so with that, actually, we have come to the end of the math segment. As mentioned, right, we are not able to go through every single question much as we like to. So today is really more of going through specific parts to give you all the techniques. But do refer to the detailed answer key within the Telegram chat that we have shared. Any other questions from there, you can always reach out through that channel and we'll be happy to help you from there as well. So if nothing else, I'm going to hand over to teacher Mingyi, who is our science head for primary, and then she will go through the science part.
Hey, hi everyone, I'm teacher Ming Yi here. Okay, or you can call me Mr. Chu. All right, so I'll be going through the science part and like what teacher Wei Lun has mentioned. Right, so I'm not likely to be able to go through all the questions. I'm gonna just start with open-ended questions in section B. Okay, so that we cover the writing parts first. All right. Now, if you all have any questions later, you can just put in the chats, just like the mathematics. Okay. Now, question 15. So for question 15, is everyone ready, right? Is everybody there? Everybody is there, right? Okay. So let's start off question 15. Right. So George wants to find out how the color of light affects the rate of photosynthesis. Now, can you all tell me what is the changed variable in this question? That's my very first question to you. What's the change variable in this question? Okay, very good. Thank you. Right, I see some of you writing just light. Now, light, there can be different properties of light. Intensity of light, color of light. So you have to be a bit more specific. Don't just say light. Okay, so the change variable here is the color of light. Let me just write that down. This is the changed variable. Okay, and what is the measured variable? Thank you. Very fast, Manu. Yes. Okay, so it's all written here, right? You realize this is actually the aim of the experiment given clearly to you. Okay, so this whole thing is the aim, and inside the aim of the question, we have the changed variable. We also have the measured variable, which is the rate of photosynthesis. Okay, so once you have established that, okay, then we look at the question. Okay, I continue to read through. So he set up the experiment in a dark room. So there's no other light source, right? So it's a dark room. And he measured the number of bubbles produced by the plant X in 15 minutes. So the torch he used is white light. So we started off with white light. Then he repeated the experiment with the torch wrapped up in a transparent blue plastic sheet. And therefore, with that blue plastic sheet, it produced a blue light instead. Okay, so there's still white light, but because of the plastic sheet, so what the plant received will be the blue light. Okay, so what is actually being measured in the experiment is the number of bubbles produced by the plant in 15 minutes. Okay, so that is part of the result here. So when white light is used, you realize that for the first, second, and third try is about 5 and 6. But when blue light is used, about 9 to 10. Okay, so he repeated the experiment 3 times for a more reliable result, right? Okay, so the first question. Josh used the same plant X throughout the experiment. Why is it important to use that same plant? So this is what we call a controlled or constant variable. Okay, so there's a constant variable. Okay, let me see, is it my connection got problem? Yeah. Okay. All can see me clearly, right? Okay. I continue first. Yes. All right. So this is the control variable. Okay, I see one answer already very fast. To ensure that only the color of light affects the number of bubbles. Now, not the type of plant. Nah. Okay. Okay, yes. You need to mention the type of plant because that is part of the question, right, Mano? Okay, the question mentioned that the constant variable is the plant itself. Okay, they say they use the same plant, right? So that is the controlled variable, which is the type of plant. Okay, so what we are keeping constant is the type of plants. Okay, yes, there can only be one change variable. Okay, but you don't simply mention that, oh, there can only be one change variable, not specific enough. Yes, I see a few correct answers. So what we're trying to do here is to explain this. Okay, you all can tell me what kind of question is this? It's actually an experiment-based question. So what is what is this question actually asking about? Is it a relationship question? Is it a control setup question? Or is it a fair test question? Yes, it's a fair test question, huh? Hold on, huh? My camera seems to be a bit. Let me just redo my camera again. Okay, so this is a fair test question. And we actually have an answer template for fair test. Okay, so I'm going to bring the template here. So you all can copy this down. This is the fair test template. Okay, I'm just putting it. Okay, put it here. No, this is part of the answer. So this is the fair test template. Okay, so how you answer a fair test question is put it in this way. You can write it ensures or to ensure, depending on how the question is asked. So to ensure that the constant variable, in this case is the type of plant, does not affect the measured variable or the results. So in this case, our measured variable, as I mentioned, is the rate of photosynthesis. Or you can actually put the number of bubbles produced in 50 minutes. So this can also be considered the measured variable. Okay, the one given in the table. Otherwise also mentioned in here as well. Okay, number of bubbles produced by the plant in 15 minutes. So both the rate of photosynthesis and the number of bubbles produced by the plant in 15 minutes can be written. Okay, either one. Okay. What happens if I flip the template around? Okay, as long as you have phrased it correctly, the same meaning, okay, then it's correct. It's fine. Okay, maybe you write your answer down, Jess. Let me read some of your answer. To ensure the type of plant does not affect the results. So Jess, I read your answer, but what is the result? What is the measured variable that we are measuring? So you state it clearly. So in this case, it's either the number of bubbles produced in 50 minutes or the rate of photosynthesis. Okay? So let me put the answer down. Okay? So this is the fair test answer. It's important that the type of plant does not affect the rate of photosynthesis. Yes. Okay, so some of your answers are correct. The only change variable is the type of. Okay, Shufen, you need to be a bit more specific. The only change variable is the type of light used, but you did not talk about the control variable that is in the question itself. So I will say no, I don't accept the answer. Okay. For I think it's Honam, that's correct. Lionel, yes, that's 5 Lionel. Okay. Okay, I'm going to move on to next one. So based on the results, what can George conclude? What can George conclude? Right, you see we have two different types of light, right? Or rather color of light in this case. So white color, white light or blue light, and then they have different results. So what can we conclude based on that? Rate of photosynthesis is higher under blue light as compared to white light, okay? Yes, that's correct. Yes, I think most of you are able to write the correct conclusion. All right. So for your conclusion, there is really no fixed way to write the conclusion. But of course, you have to base it on the results provided. Okay. So you can see, right, for white lights, okay, so this one is less, okay, less bubble, okay, fewer bubbles. With blue light, there will be more bubbles. So what does that mean? Okay, so of course, remember, number of bubbles is related to the rate of photosynthesis. So that means that the plant is able to photosynthesize at a faster rate under the blue light. Or you can write it in the other way, that the rate of photosynthesis is slower when the plant is exposed to white light. Okay? Can? Okay, so let me just show the answer here. Okay, so I saw many of the answers were correct. Right, the rate of photosynthesis is higher when the plant is exposed to blue light than white light. Or, like I said, you can write it the other way, rate of photosynthesis is slower when plant X is exposed to white light as compared to blue light. Okay? Yes, most of the answers are correct. Now, because there are many responses, so I'm not able to respond to every one of your answers. Okay? So please be patient with me. Now, the session is until about 9:30. Okay? All right, I think most of you are able to get this correct. I just saw one. Arya. Okay, Josh can conclude that the color of light affects the rate of photosynthesis. Now, that is not specific enough because in our question, we have two colors of light, white and blue. Okay, so it is better to be able to conclude which light is better for photosynthesis. Or rather, the plant will photosynthesize faster or slower in which light. That will be more specific than providing a general conclusion that, color of light affects the rate of photosynthesis. That's not clear enough based on our results here. Okay? Yes, for part A, yes, you can mention that to ensure a fair test, but you don't just write, to ensure a fair test, full stop. That is going to get you 0 mark. Okay? So this answer that I've shown here, you must still write. But yes, you can definitely add in that it ensures a fair test by ensuring that the type of plant does not affect the number of bubbles produced in 50 minutes. Okay? Yes. Okay, so some of the question in the Q&A I have already answered. I won't be able to go through everything. I'll just go briefly scan through. Okay, one of you say, can I say that the blue light helps the plants to photosynthesize better than I would say the phrasing is a bit strange. The blue light helps the plant. So we don't say it that way, right? The light don't help the plant. Simply say that, oh, the plant photosynthesize at a faster rate in blue light than in white light. Okay, not that the light helps the plant. Okay, I think that is a bit strange in the phrasing. Okay, so get that correct. Okay, yes, next one. Now, part C. Are you still copying? Now, all these y'all can take a screenshot as well, but anyway, the answers are also provided to you. Okay? Now, I will go on to explain the third one. So, part C. Okay, in a separate experiment, George wants to investigate the effect of temperature of water on the rate of photosynthesis. So apart from using the same plants, so state two variables that he needs to keep the same. Now, so you see the aim of the experiment has changed. So this experiment is to investigate the effect of temperature on the rate of photosynthesis. So you see, what is the changed variable now? Right, this is the new aim. Now we are in a separate experiment, right? So we are trying, the George is doing something else, a different experiment. Okay, still measuring the rate of photosynthesis, but we are changing the change variable, which is in this case the temperature of water. Okay, so this is the new changed variable. Okay, and right, so state two other variables that he needs to keep the same in this experiment. So this experiment will be different from the first one. So from the first one, we have the color of light, right? We use white, we use blue. So maybe we can make use of that information to help us answer part C, right? Because now we are doing a separate one. So we would like to keep the color of light the same while changing the temperature of water. Okay, so that is one possible answer. Okay, so color of light. What else must we keep the same? Yes, I see some correct answers. The location of the experiment, definitely. Okay, the distance between the torch and the plants, yes. Amount of water, yes. Okay, but I want all of you to think like the very important factors that will really affect the rate of photosynthesis. Don't just write all the different variables present, but some may not even affect the rate of photosynthesis. Okay, so you write those very important ones that will really affect the rate of photosynthesis. Like for example, the color of light, the distance between the torch and the plant. Okay. Amount of carbon dioxide in the water. Yes, that's one of the answers I saw. Okay, so yes, these are some of the correct answers. Okay. So a few answers here. I'm just going to put them like this, easier to see. Okay. So we can have color of light, distance between the torch and plant, the type of torch if you want, okay, amount of carbon dioxide in water. So you see a few of these affect the rate of photosynthesis, especially distance between torch and plant, amount of carbon dioxide in water. Amount of time for plant to photosynthesize. Okay, so we keep the duration of the experiment the same. That's correct. Amount of oxygen, I would say if you put amount of carbon dioxide is better because we are talking about photosynthesis, which needs carbon dioxide. Oxygen will be for respiration. So it's not a very good answer. Okay, there can be a lot of different answers, so I'm just reading through. Now, I see some of you size of leaves still can accept, but just take note that because the question already mentioned that we are using the same plants. Okay, but of course, yes, size of leaf is still acceptable. Yes, location of experiment. Type of water plants. Yes, type of plant. Okay, but actually type of plant is already kept the same. Okay, we are looking at two other variables. So it must be different, so you don't mention the type of water plant because we are already using the same plants. Can? Okay, number of plants. And amount of chlorophyll, we are already using the same plants. So the amount of chlorophyll should already be the same. So don't mention that. Okay, so anything related to the type of plant, the size of leaves, the amount of chlorophyll, okay, because the plant is already the same, so those are kept the same. Okay? Yes, amount of carbon dioxide in the water. In plant, no, not in plant, in water. Okay, I'll move on. Now, I will cover question 16 as well. Okay, so we move on from photosynthesis. Question 17. One of you want question 17. Actually, I'll be skipping question 17. Never mind. Later we'll see how. We'll see how. Same level of water, same volume of water, and same amount of carbon dioxide. Yes, Mima, that's correct. Light intensity. Light intensity means intensity of light from the torch. Okay, or you can change the distance between. You can keep the distance between the torch and the plant the same. Okay. Okay, I'll move on to question 16. Now, I will not be able to go through all the questions due to the limited amount of time. So I have selected some questions which I find that, some of them are commonly tested questions. Some of them are questions that is easy for students to make mistake. Okay, and I'll go through some of the misconceptions. So for that photosynthesis question, right, it's really testing you on experiment-based question. Okay, well, you want me to go up? Okay, so this question 15, you can see, right, A, B, and C, they are all experiment-based questions. So why you want to test this? Because in your PSLE, there are quite a number of experiment-based questions. So all of you must be familiar with answering fair test, conclusion, relationship, aim, variables question. Okay, all this you must know how to answer. Okay, because they are common in PSLE. Okay, question 16. Done. Right, question 16 is on fertilizer. Now, I want to go through this question because there's a very important part that a lot of students will make mistake. So I hope you all had tried the question, especially 16A. Okay, so again, we have the aim of the experiment here to determine the effectiveness of a type of fertilizer on the harvest of tulips. Okay, so fair test condition. So we look at the results. When there is no fertilizer, you realize that the mass of the turnip has a smaller increase. Okay, let me just put it down as a smaller increase. Okay, because over time the plant must grow, right? So it's a smaller increase as compared to the one with fertilizer. There's a larger increase. Sorry, my camera a bit faulty. Let me just try that again. Connection a bit loose. Okay, right, I'm back. Okay, please don't spam the chat. I don't know whether it's an accident or what. Thank you. Okay, yes. So I'm just looking at the results. Without fertilizer, you see there's a smaller increase. With fertilizer, you see it's a larger increase in the mass. Okay, so what is the purpose of having the setup without any fertilizer? And one of you have already mentioned is a control setup. Okay, but again, you don't simply say it's a control setup and full stop, that's it. tell me the purpose of the control setup. And again, we have an answer template for control setup. All right, so I'm going to share this with you, control setup. Second. Okay, so this is the template for control setup. So when you talk about a control setup, it is to confirm that the result or the measured variable in this case is the increase in the mass, okay, or the growth of the plant is only affected by the change variable, which in this case is the presence of the fertilizer. Okay, you realize, right, we have two setup, one with fertilizer, one without fertilizer. Okay, so let me just fill this in. So blue pen. Okay, so this change variable here in this case is the fertilizer. Okay, the measured variable or the result in this case is the increase in mass. Okay, this result is the increase in mass. Okay, so remember just now I mentioned that students are likely to make mistake in this question. Why? Because many of you will write the measured variable as just the mass of the plant. So that is not correct. Okay, to confirm that the mass is only caused by the fertilizer. So that doesn't sound right already. The mass is something that the plant already have. So what we are actually measuring is the change in the mass, or you can say it's the growth of the plant. Okay, to confirm that the growth of the plant was only due to the fertilizer. No, not the growth of the plant. I will say we focus on the mass here because with or without fertilizer, the plant will grow. It's just that it grow better or not. Okay, so I just keep to increase in the mass. Okay, so we stick to these templates, right? Let me see. Yeah, the change in mass. Okay. No, change in mass. The control setup to be the control setup to ensure there's no change in terms of there cannot be no change, right? The change in the mass is due to, okay, so like I said, right, many of you put just the change in the mass. Okay, so I want to correct that. Okay, so what we want to use here is instead of change in mass or increase in mass, I put a greater increase. This is what I want to look at. This is what I want to see in the answer. Greater increase. Okay, let me scroll down, scroll up. Okay, I want to see the word greater. Because why? Okay, so I don't need to use the compare, just confirm to confirm that the greater, change that, greater increase, greater increase in mass. That is what I want to see. Okay, because now take note there are living things, it's the plant. With or without fertilizer, there will be a change in mass. So you cannot say that, okay, it acts as a control setup to confirm that the change in mass of the plant was only due to the fertilizer. It doesn't make sense when you read it again and again, right? Because change in mass is going to grow with or without the fertilizer, correct? So when there's a fertilizer, there must be a greater increase. Okay, so I hope you understand the difference here. Greater increase that as compared to just an increase in mass. Okay. Am I lagging? Some of you say I'm lagging. Am I lagging?
A little bit on the image, but the voice is still okay. So I think it's okay. Yeah, the voice is still okay, just the image a little bit.
Okay.
Mm.
Then Okay, all clear, huh? So you want to talk about the increase of the mass that is greater. All right. Because if you just, I repeat again, if you just put to confirm that the increase in mass of the plants was due to the fertilizer and not other variables, that is wrong. Because the plant is going to increase in mass with or without the fertilizer. But with the fertilizer, there will be a greater increase. Okay, so this term is what I want to look at. Okay, this term. Just, yeah, I cannot highlight that. Okay, so just take note of the word greater. Okay. Right, I move on to next one. The diagrams below show two identical plots, P and Q next to each other. Okay, so in plot P, the farmer cut and removed all the dead parts of the turnip as soon as they appear. In plot Q, he allowed the dead parts of the turnip to fall to the ground and decay. So you look at the two differences. One, in plot P, all the dead parts are removed. In plot Q, the dead parts are on top, on the ground. Okay, so which is likely to grow better? Okay, this question is easier, right? So if it can grow easier, it must be because there are fertilizer. But why are there fertilizer? Yes, okay, Q, right? It must be plot Q. But why? What happens to, okay, they actually mentioned, right? The dead parts decay. So when they decay, what do they become? When they decay, what do they become? Fertilizer, or you can say nutrients. Nutrients that act as fertilizers. Okay, so yes. Yes, nutrients. Not fossil fuel, Melissa. Not fossil fuels. And in order to be fossil fuel, it needs to be millions of years under the ground. Okay, not fossil fuels. Okay. So plot Q, because when they decompose or they decay, you can see that they act as fertilizers or they provide nutrients. Okay, instead of nutrients, you can use mineral salts. Okay, and that allows the plant to grow better in Q. Okay. Let's see. Let me zoom this in. Okay, like I said, right, all these answers are provided to you. Okay, most importantly is all of you can understand how to arrive at the answer. Okay, so this question already mentioned that they are like the dead parts of the plant is supposed to decay. So when they decay, they will become nutrients or they will act as fertilizer for the plant to grow better. Okay? Can I? Yes, Leonel, that's fine. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, some of you are asking for question 17. Okay, question 17 is on adaptation, right? And I believe maybe some of you have learned adaptation, some of you have not. Yes, I'm actually okay. I think some of you are talking about 17C. Maybe I just look at 17C quickly. Okay, 17C. Yes, I know most of you have not learned adaptation, but some of you have. All right. And if you are in my structure, you are likely to have already learned adaptation. Okay, so let me just quickly go to 17C for those who are asking for that. Actually, some of these adaptation questions, right, you have to, because it's like some things that are logical, right? It's logical, like why does the animal does that? Then you ask yourself, if you are under the sun, why would you do that? If let's say you have a tail. Right, just imagine this squirrel is you. You're walking under the hot sun, and then why do you have a tail? Just imagine that is umbrella. So why do you walk with the tail above the body? So that could be one possible answer, right? Correct. So sometimes about adaptation is you You think logically, why does the animal do that? Okay. Yes, to provide shade for itself so that it remains cool. Okay, remember animals under the high temperature or under the hot sun, they will want to lose heat quickly. They want to lose heat quickly, or they do not want to heat up so quickly under the sun. So with the tail above the body, first thing, provide shade like as though it's an umbrella. Alright? So that allows the animal to keep itself cool. Okay? So to keep itself cool, that's the main thing. Or you can, this may not be the only answer. You can mention that you absorb less heat from the surroundings or from the sun, okay, so that it doesn't overheat. So that's another possible answer. One of you say that squirrel is warm-blooded, it can regulate its body temperature by itself. But you do understand that, yes, we are warm-blooded, we can regulate temperature, but you must understand that if you are constantly under the hot sun, what happens? Your body overheat, right? That's why sometimes even humans, right? You stand under the sun. Let's say you need to stand under the sun for a long time. What happens to your body? You might have heat exhaustion. You might have heat stroke. Why? Because your body has overheated. Your body has not enough time to regulate that temperature. Okay, so I understand that you need to keep yourself cool by keeping yourself under the shade. If the sun is extremely hot, you go under the sun doesn't mean that your body can regulate fast enough. Okay? Don't talk about heat stroke lah. That's more for like humans. You talk about keeping the body cool or not overheating. Not overheating. That could be possible. Okay? Can this is to protect itself from the heat. You might want to elaborate a little bit more so it keeps itself cool or so that it does not overheat. Okay? Go underground, not all of them can go underground. Okay? Now, question 18, I am going to skip as well. Question 18 is just drawing using the circuit symbol. Okay? I'll move on to question 19. Question 19. Question 19, what kind of question is this? Actually, I'm sure you all know, right? What is this question? Not a camouflage. How to use an umbrella to be a camouflage? Ian. Condensation, water, and changes of state. Yes. Okay, so you all have identified the topic. Very good. Okay. Then what is the common word here? What's the common word for this question? Explain, right? Okay, so we are supposed to explain how. But actually, this question they can also use describe. Describe how the white clouds form. My important question to you is, what are these white clouds? What are they? Is it water vapor? Water droplets? Is it steam? Good, good. I see many good answers. Yes. No, Melissa, it's not water vapor. Okay, so white clouds here, they are tiny water droplets. Okay, the white clouds we see here, or even those coming out of your electric kettle, these are all tiny water droplets. Even now, when you walk to the freezer, okay, you go to your fridge, you go and open your freezer, you see all that smoke, all that white mist, white cloud, those are water droplets. Okay, but how they form are slightly different. Okay, so first thing is I want to identify where is the warm water vapor coming from. We must always identify where the water vapor is coming from. Okay, so what is she doing? She exhale, right? Okay, from her mouth, from her body, right? So she exhaled. I'm sure some of you who have went the cold countries before, you might have done this before. When you exhale, then suddenly you see a smoke coming out from your mouth. Wow, so amazing, right? Okay, so what is that? Use science to explain that. Okay, so the water vapor are coming out from your mouth. You all know respiration. When we respire, we produce water vapor. Water, like we produce water, which escape from our body as water vapor. Not magic. We are all magician already if we are all if that's magic, right? Okay, so water vapor from her breath or from her mouth, right? Okay, this must be warmer. Okay, this water vapor must be warmer than the surrounding air. So I'm just sharing with you the first part of the answer, where the source of the water vapor. Okay, in most of these questions, you need to talk about the water vapor comes from where? Is the warmer water vapor from the surrounding? Is the warmer water vapor from the kettle or from the person? So you state that. In this case, from her breath, or you can say from her mouth, from her body. Okay, and what happens to this warmer water vapor? Now, what she breathes out is warmer. Okay, what she breathes out is warm, but the surrounding is colder. Okay, warmer and colder. Okay, so I show a comparison. It has to be colder in order to see, right? In order to see the white cloud. So it's a cold place. Warmer air is wrong. Okay, warmer air is wrong. Because our focus here is the water vapor, which can then condense. If you write air, is air the one that is condensing? No, it's water vapor. So you cannot say warmer air. That is wrong, huh? All right, so warmer water vapor, that is the correct term. Sometimes if it's from the kettle, you can write the warmer steam or the hot steam or the hotter steam. Okay, so this warmer water vapor, then what happens here? When it escapes from the body, you see there is some interaction, right? So the next part to your answer is that it comes into contact with the cooler surrounding air. Came into contact with the cooler surrounding air. Okay, make sure you use comparative terms, warmer, cooler. That will be the best. Because only when it's warmer and cooler, then they can lose heat. Okay, the warmer water vapor can lose heat to the cooler surface. In this case, it's the cooler surrounding air. Okay, then lost heat. Oops, for that. Okay, lost heat. And finally, what's the last part? You all tell me. What's the last part? Condense, right? Can you give me the phrase instead of just saying condense? Thank you. Thank you, Yu En. Right. So condense to form tiny water droplets. Okay, so that's the last part. Now, you see, right? What is the term you all learned when you all write this? What is the way to remember this? Some of you should have already learned this, right? WCLC. Okay, so I'm going to show you, right? Some of you have learned WCLC. How do I use that? Yeah, let me bring up here. So W is the warmer water vapor. C is the cooler surface. In this case, the cooler surrounding air. L, lost heat to the cooler surrounding air. Then the last C, condense to form tiny water droplets. Okay, so this is WCLC. So use this method to help you remember how to structure your answer for this kind of question. And I can tell you almost every year, there's a condensation question. So this is a very common PSLE question. In other cases, they test you on the fogging of the spectacles, your glasses. Okay, you come out of the cold bath, and the first thing that happens is you cannot see. Why? Because your spectacles now become fog. Okay, it becomes fog, all right? All the water droplets are on your spectacles for those who are wearing glasses. Okay, so you cannot see. Then you have to wipe it off. Okay. So it's the same concept, same answering technique, all of you must answer. Okay, must learn. Okay, so this is a very common PSLE question. But of course, they always test in different contexts. Okay, now, so when the girl traveled to a place which was even colder, she produced more of these white clouds. Explain why. Okay, so if the surrounding temperature is even colder, what will happen? There will be more condensation. Yes, thank you. Okay, but why does more condensation occur? That's because when a surface is cooler, yes, correct. Rate of condensation increase. Lose heat faster. All these answers are correct. Yes. Okay. So when it is cooler, okay, whatever is happening for condensation, they will all occur faster or occur more. Okay, so again, we must use comparative terms because now it is even colder. All right, so you can say more water vapor. Okay, let me just find the answer here. More water vapor, lost heat. So you can use terms, comparative terms like more. More water vapor from her breath, lost heat. Okay? Or you can write it in another way. Either you write more or you write faster. So water vapor from her breath, lost heat faster. So either way is fine. Okay? And then condense to form more, or you can say condense faster to form tiny water droplets. Let me also write that down. Condense to form more tiny water droplets, or condense faster. Okay, so you must use comparative terms like more or faster. Okay, either way is fine. But if you write more for one, stick to more. If you write faster, then stick to faster. Okay, can? Okay, I have a lot of Q&A. Let me just have a quick look. I'm so sorry. Yes, you must use comparative terms because they have mentioned that it is colder than before. So everything will be faster or more. Okay? So use comparative terms. Yeah. Okay, I'll move on to question 21. Yes. Do we need to write from her breath? Yes, you write from her breath, or you can say write the warmer water vapor from her body or from her mouth. Because you need to tell me where this warmer water vapor come from. Okay? It cannot be what if you just simply write water vapor, is it water vapor in the air? No, right? Water vapor that comes out from mouth. Okay, or her breath. If you talk too much, you mean write too much. Okay, that depends on how it depends on whether you have covered the main points or not. Okay, if you have written too much and And if you still get the points, then they are not likely to penalize you unless you wrote something wrongly. Then they will. Okay. Okay, I'll move on to question 21. Alright. Okay, can you quickly tell me the forces acting on the plastic block? This one should be simpler. Okay, but there is one thing that many students will forget. Okay, is there only one force or are there two forces? Okay, so two, right? So gravitational and frictional force. So I think many of you see the word stationary. It remains stationary means it's not moving. Does it mean that there's no friction? You see now, this plastic block is sitting on the plank. You just imagine yourself, you see on the slide, right? You see on the slide. But if there's no friction, then why are you not sliding down? There must be friction that is preventing you from sliding down the plank. Okay, so you must write gravitational force as well as frictional force. But very importantly, frictional force where? Okay, I see most of the answers, frictional force, you just write frictional force or friction. But frictional force between what? Remember, I don't know, most teachers will tell you that, okay, when you write frictional force, you must tell me frictional force where. Correct. Okay, frictional force between the plank and the block. Okay, so please write that down. Okay, so gravitational force, which is always acting on any objects on Earth, as well as frictional force that is between the plank and the block. Okay. Yes. All right. Now moving on to the next one very quickly. So we change, okay, so the plastic block was changed to aluminum block. Okay, and placed at the same position. So the aluminum block managed to slide down the plank, but the plastic block did not. So what can we comment? How do we explain this? Of course, it has to be about friction, right? It has to be about friction. So if it's able to slide down, it means what? It must be what? Less frictional force, right? Yes, less frictional force. But before you talk about less frictional force, what can you comment about the aluminum block itself? Thank you. A smoother surface. Okay, you must mention that the aluminum block has a smoother surface. Okay, as compared to the plastic block. And then that results in a smaller frictional force. Yes, you can talk about the plastic block having a rougher surface. Okay, but I will prefer you to talk about aluminum instead because they ask you why aluminum but not plastic block. Okay, so the first part of the answer, that is only the first part. If you tell me about smoother and less friction, that's only your 1 mark. But you see, they are given 5 lines. Okay, so you talk about a smoother surface. You talk about having less friction. Okay, cannot highlight properly. Okay, never mind. I'll circle them. So smoother surface and less friction. Okay. Now, then what is the second mark? Essentially, you have not explained to me why it is able to slide down. You only tell me that there's less friction. Why is it able to slide down? Correct, Daniel. Very good. Okay, we have to compare between the forces. What is really pulling the block down is gravitational force, right? And when the plastic block did not slide down, that means that the gravitational force was not stronger than the frictional force. Or you can say it did not overcome the frictional force. But now when we change the aluminium, which has a less friction between that two surfaces, it is able to slide down. So that must be because now the gravitational force was able to overcome the frictional force. Okay, so that is the second part to the answer. So gravitational force acting on the block was able to overcome the frictional force. Or I can say was greater than the frictional force. Therefore, it can slide down. Okay, if you just stop at less friction between the block and the plank, that will only give you the 1 mark. So a lot of times when an object is able to move, you are required to compare between the forces. Okay, especially gravitational and frictional force. Very common question in PSLE when they always compare gravitational force and frictional force. Have you all seen the question whereby the Lego drop off from the Lego drop off from each other? Have you all seen that question before in your school test paper or something? Okay, maybe not because you all just learned this topic. Okay. So some of you have seen that question. So that was a PSLE question. And why they can drop is because the gravitational force is greater than the friction between the Lego pieces, right? So that allows it to drop. Okay, so we compare between the forces. Yes, very good. You have seen it before, means that you have seen enough questions. Very good. Now, unfortunately, I'm not able to do any MCQ question. All right, so if you need the MCQ answer, please refer to the answers that's given in the Telegram chat. All right, so thank you everyone for joining our session today.
Hello, everybody. I am Teacher Mavis from MindStretcher. So if you've been joining our webinars, I'm a familiar face to you. In this hour, instead of going through all the questions in a mock paper, because that's going to take 2 to 3 hours, we are going to zoom in on specific commonly tested questions, tricky questions, or questions that require some specific strategies. So I believe most of you have done the paper and you've checked your answers. If you have looked at the answer key, you know that we have annotated the answer key and there's some explanations there. So what I'm going to do is to select some questions, and then on top of whatever annotations you see, I'll build on those to provide additional insights and tips. Let's take a look at our English mock paper. So this is based on the revised exam syllabus. And thank you for remembering me. Let's take a look. I remember during the Excellence series, if you joined me, we spoke about grammar and vocabulary being the basic building blocks, right? So when it comes to grammar MCQ, I've also shared with everybody that there are rules. And when there are rules, that's great because you can learn the rules, learn to apply them correctly, and that really increases your chances of getting all the grammar MCQ questions correct. So I'm not going to go through every grammar MCQ question, but I'm going to highlight some common ones that students must expect to see and what you should do or pay attention to when you see these questions. So let's take a look at question 1. If you have been doing lots of practice papers, this is a very familiar question type to you, right? It's the question tag question. And some students, when they read the question like that, they will immediately pick something that sounds right. But we know that is not the right strategy. So in the answer scheme, we highlighted that it'll means it will. And if this is it will, then of course, over here, we're looking for the opposite of will, which is won't. Okay, so you have to be very familiar with this question type. So this is one thing I want to remind you. The second thing that is easily tricks students are questions like that. Between you and I or me, I'm sure you will not take mine or myself, but you might take me, right? You and me. But you know the rule? Again, in the annotations, we say that when you see between, anything that comes after between is an object pronoun. So anything that comes after between will be an object. So in this case, the answer is me. Again, it is in your answer scheme. Another common question. Let me move on to a tricky not tricky. I wouldn't say it's tricky, but you should expect it. Questions that involve the use of prepositions, conjunctive, or linking phrases like that. And if you have been applying good exam strategies, you know you have to always highlight keywords. You have to always look at the clues given to get the right answer. Okay, I will slow because the grammar MCQ, it's pretty straightforward. So I'm going through this briefly, and later on I'll be looking at the more challenging questions. Okay? Thank you. So for question 8, this is a common kind of question. Prepositions, linking phrases. So do you know all the linking phrases here? Do you know what they mean? Do you know how to use them? If your answer is, I'm not so sure, you have to find out why, because you could see these in synthesis and transformation as well. Okay, so in our answer key, we have given you the reason why number 4 is the right answer, because number 4 means due to. So this is a cause-effect question. Another common question type is question 9, where they give you non-essential information. So this is again very common, right? Where there's subject and then there's non-essential information, and what you're supposed to be looking at would be, of course, the subject. Okay, so this is what you should apply and you should know to do. Of course, there will be 10 clues to help you pick the correct answer. Okay, let me take a look at question 4 very quickly, right? Blank, you decide to take up the offer. Now, this whole phrase, the answer is should. So you have checked the answer. And you know the answer is should. Should you decide to take up the offer? Now, should you decide to do something, should you decide is a common phrase. It always goes together. So should you decide just means if you decide. It's a condition. If you decide, you can do this. So should you decide, you can do this. Again, you have to be familiar with this because if it comes out in SNT, so the original sentence contains if, and in the transform sentence, they put should, then you should know that, oh, they mean the same thing. This is how I should transform the sentence, okay? Number 7 is a phrasal verb question. Do expect phrasal verb questions, right? So over here, we do give out phrasal verb lists. Let just means let up. When we see let up with a storm, it means finally the storm stopped or became less strong. Okay, so this is let up used in this context means this, the storm stopped or it became less strong. All right. So for grammar, these are some things I want to talk to you about. And the very last one, question 10, I hope most of you got this right. If you didn't, maybe you're still not so sure how to use who and whom. Very common question as well, when to use who and whom. Now over here it says, many of our supporters blank we depended on turned up in full force. Now what is the main verb in this question? Depended. This is the action, right? And if you have been learning about subject and object, who is doing the action? We. So we is the actor, isn't it? We is the actor and we is the subject. We depended on. Now, who is receiving the action? Who is receiving the dependents? The supporters. And if they are the recipient of the action, then they are considered the object of the sentence. Now, if you know that who refers or who is used to refer to the subject and whom is used to refer to the object, then it is very clear that the answer is 3. Okay? So when you are doing your practices with your parents or with your friends, try to make an effort to explain why this is your answer, because if you can explain it clearly, that means you understand. You didn't pick that option just because it sounded right, okay? Or you thought it's right, or it was a guess. You are very, very sure. Okay, let me take a look at the Q&A. A webinar chat. Okay, nothing so far. Let's move on to vocabulary clues. Okay, vocabulary clues. There are some things in vocabulary clues that are similar to what I will say in vocabulary. Vocabulary MCQ and vocabulary clues all require you to pick an option that's used in that specific context, right? That's why they don't just give you a single word and ask you, what does it mean? They give you a sentence. Now, in MCQ, they give you one sentence. And using the clues in that one sentence, you decide which is the word that best fits in terms of meaning, in terms of context. So I'm going to use the vocabulary clues to highlight some things to you, okay? Good exam practices. Now, when you look at vocabulary clues, if you do not read the passage, that means you just look at the word in bold and you very excitedly go and look for the answer in the MCQ, then I'm afraid that is the wrong strategy. The reason that they've provided a passage is because they want to check if you know how to use this word in this context. So it's important for you to read the passage, okay? And as you're reading the passage, when you come across these words in bold, you have to ask yourself, how is this word related to the words around it? Okay, let me give you an example. I'm going to use question 17 as an example because there's a very strong distractor in question 17. What's a strong distractor? A strong distractor is an option that looks like the right answer but actually isn't. So if you are not so sure, you might pick that option. In question 17, let's take a look at question 17, this sentence. The one who got slapped was aggrieved, but without saying anything, wrote in the sand, "Today, my best friend slapped me in the face." Okay? So, if you've never seen the word aggrieved, you can guess. If somebody gets slapped, they would probably feel very upset, right? Okay, let's take a look at our options. Question 17. There are 4 options here. Offended, insulted, troubled, and hurt. There are 4 options. Now, out of the 4 options, which one can I be pretty sure is not the right answer, given the words surrounding aggrieved and given how aggrieved is used in this paragraph? I can say, you know what, I don't think it's troubled. Troubled means there's something that's on your mind and it's a problem you're trying to solve and you can't seem to find a solution. But here you just got slapped. So trouble is probably not what we are looking for. Now we're left with offended, insulted, and hurt. In any situation, if someone slaps you, you can be offended, you might even feel insulted, and you'll definitely be hurt. So which one is the right answer? And if you're thinking, why do they always set questions like that? The options are so close. But that's exactly what they do when they set the questions. It's to test if you're reading closely and if you really know the meanings of the words. So over here, he got slapped, he was aggrieved. But without saying anything, he wrote in the sand, "Today, my best friend slapped me in the face." Okay. Now, does this piece of information here, without saying anything, wrote in the sand, something reflective, does it show that this person is offended? Does it show that this person is insulted? Not really. This person is quite calm and reflective. So instead of offended or insulted, we use hurt. And just nice, hurt is a synonym of aggrieved. Our character here is not only physically hurt, but emotionally hurt because my best friend slapped me. All right? So it is not so straightforward. There are several steps you have to take to arrive at the right answer using clues in the text. Let me give you another example before I move on to another section. Now, question 18. I'm not sure if you've gotten it right. Question 18, extricate. Say, again, maybe I've never seen this word, but it's okay. I have a passage. I can read it. So So as they were walking back, they found an oasis where they decided to take a bath. The one who had slept was in the mire and started sinking. Oh no! Okay, so he's in great danger. But the friend managed to extricate him. Okay, let's say you don't know what's extricate at this point, you read on. After he had recovered from the near drowning. Okay, so extricate just means that he is no longer on the verge of drowning. But what does extricate mean? If somebody is stuck in the mire and started sinking, to get them out to safety, they have to be pulled out, right? Okay, let me see if there's an option that fits that imagery. So I go to my options here. There are 4 words: lift, free, haul, assist. Hey, all these words are related to somehow helping somebody get out of a sticky situation or to get out. So which is the best answer? Is it lift? Can you lift? If you lift somebody up, you have to be above them, right? But that doesn't make sense. The friend is not flying, so you can't really lift him up. So lift is out. But haul is to pull something or drag something with great energy, okay? That doesn't match the imagery as well. Now, assist just means help. It is very neutral. About free. Let's see if I can find a clue. Now, if somebody is trapped, I can free him. And if I free him, then he will be safe. So out of all the options, given the clues and the imagery that's created, the answer is free and not lift because the friend is not a helicopter. Okay? So this is the right answer. So what am I trying to tell you when we look at vocab close? Read the text. Understand the relationship between the selected word and the information around it before you do elimination and select the answer. And of course, you should confidently be able to explain why your answer is correct. Okay, so that's a strategy you have to use when you do vocabulary close. Any questions? Okay, no, let me move on. Now, I want to spend a little bit of time at the visual text comprehension because if you had older siblings who graduated last year or the year before, their visual text comprehension doesn't look like that. Okay, there's cute. Let me check it out. Let me check it out. It's related to vocab close, is it? Let me see. Okay, some questions will come later. Now, my dear students, if there is a word you've never seen before, you can check the dictionary. Okay? We tell this to all our students in the webinar. In the past, during my time, there's no internet. I have to flip through my very thick Cambridge dictionary. All of you are really fortunate. You just have to type and the meanings of words are given to you. You can always download a digital dictionary to find out the meanings of words. Not in the exam, but in the practice, yes, you can do that, okay? Some sections where I didn't zoom in. If we have time later, I can go back to them. But there are certain things I want to highlight, okay? Because they are a bit more tricky. Okay, let me see. Okay. Vocab MCQ. If you have any question related to vocab MCQ, the first thing I'd like to ask is, did you find out the meanings of all the words? If you haven't done that, I'll encourage you to do that. If you have done that and you still don't understand why your answer is wrong, then you let me know what you found and why you don't understand. Because once the meanings of the words are given, the answers are pretty clear. Okay, so do that if you haven't done that for vocab MCQ. Okay, I would like to look at visual text comprehension first because there are certain question types here that might not be so familiar to your parents or to you. You've had last year where your teachers, got you to do some practices when it comes to visual text comprehension. You see a text one with visuals and words. and a text 2 with text only, right? They are linked in some way, but they are not the same text type. So over here, as you were trying the visual text comprehension, you would have read the brochure, okay? Some walking tours. And text 2 are reviews about these walking tours. There are 5 questions now. And the first 3 questions are questions that even your seniors have done before, right? They are quite literal, slightly inferential. Okay, so a mix of literal inferential questions. What I would like to focus on in this section are the last 2 questions. The last 2 questions are newer. They are newer. So I'd like to take a look at them. Let me close this. Okay. So let's take a look at question 24. Which of the following is the best title for the first review in text 2? Now, in your answer key, there are no annotations for this question, right? There are no explanations. So I'm zooming in now, okay? Best title. Now, how do you decide what is the best title for a text? Could be a paragraph, could be a passage. How do you decide what's the best title? Firstly, the best title has to give you an idea of the main idea of the text. So, what is this text trying to say, the main idea? If the title you see in the option is too vague, too general, then it is probably not the best title. Every paragraph, every text has a main idea or a main message, something they're trying to tell you. So ask yourself, what is this paragraph trying to tell me? Number 1. Okay, the main idea and message. Now let's go to the text and see what the text says. Okay, the first review. The first review says, I had the pleasure of joining this tour. It was amazing. Okay, this is a very strong opinion, right? Praise. The guide, renowned food critic, took us through the back alleys of Chinatown. Fascinating stories. Food was fantastic. Okay, we got to eat at some of the oldest eateries. We watched the chefs prepare our food. Okay. The experience was great with the drinks included. I highly recommend this to anyone wanting to explore authentic Singapore flavors. So this is a great review, right? Great positive review. Lots of keywords to show that our writer here, Lucas Huang, had a very amazing tour. And he highlighted certain things about the food, about what the guide did, and the kinds of places or stories that he heard. Now, we are going to take a look at the options, okay? Option number 1, exploring the hidden gems of Chinatown. Now, hidden gems, okay, maybe, I mean, without the guide, maybe I might not know these places. So it is possible that there are some hidden gems here, okay? Back alleys of Chinatown, maybe. So I'm going to just hold option 1. It doesn't look wrong to me immediately. What about a tour of Singapore's best fast food chains? This is definitely wrong, right? So I'm going to eliminate this option. Fast food chains? No, that's not true. A delicious way to spend the morning in Singapore. Now, Lucas Huang did mention that they went on this food trail, right? They ate, they saw chefs prepare food. But a delicious way to spend the morning in Singapore, I ended up highlighting everything, is very vague. Where in Singapore? In what delicious way? Just the morning? So, compared to the other options or the other possible options, this is pretty vague. So I'm just going to write the word vague here, okay? Vague. Now the last one. Authentic Singaporean flavors, a must-do food tour. What are some of the keywords we see here that we also saw in the passage? We saw the word authentic. That means it's it's real. Like Singaporean flavors really taste like that. And it's not just any flavor, Singaporean flavors. And remember, Lucas Huang said, I highly recommend this food tour. Must do food tour. So if I compare option 4 and option 1 now, which is clearer in terms of capturing the main idea and message? Option 4 is the clearest in capturing the main idea and message. And therefore, it is the answer. Okay? So, always go through all the options and do not just write down your answer after looking quickly and believing that whatever you saw is really right. You have to analyze the options. Okay? Now, question 25 is also new because this question is evaluative. It requires you to compare two texts. And in some of your practices, whether it's in school or at MindStretcher, you will see keywords like that. For example, we cannot trust, can trust. Okay, we cannot trust, or sometimes you see can trust what text 1 says because text 2 says. So now you have to ask yourself firstly, is it can trust or cannot trust? If the keywords are cannot trust, then what you're looking for is a conflict. A conflict or conflicting information in text 1 and 2. That means when you compare two texts, text 1 says this and text 2 says this, they are opposites. Okay? So you cannot only look at one text and decide your answer. Let's take a look at this question. Give me a moment. Okay. Swan said something about the Blair Plain tour. So text 1 mentioned, Blair Plain Conservation Area. Okay, uncover the hidden charm of this place, 2.5-hour walk, heritage homes. Okay, explore heritage homes, local eats, chic cafes, snap pictures. Yeah, so it is about discovering and exploring, right? When you explore something, you are going to you're going to encounter things that you've never seen before, and you are going to encounter people, information, places that are new to you. Then you expect that your guide is able to take you through this experience. Okay, so let's take a look at the options. Now, before that, text 2. Now, text 2, Kelda look is very unhappy, right? She said, I'm really disappointed. I'm disappointed with the walk around Blair Plain Conservation Area tour. There was no in-depth exploration of the area. The guide didn't provide much insight into the history. So basically, we just walked past places. Okay. My experience was very superficial. If it's superficial, that means there's no depth. You're just walking around. While we did visit a few charming local cafes, this is true, right? In text 1, they said you'll visit chic cafes, and well, she did. So this piece of information matches text 1. We barely spent any time truly exploring the area. So we barely spent any time. So this piece of information tells us that, yeah, there was no depth in exploring. Most of our tour felt rushed. Didn't meet my expectations, was a waste of time and money. Now, what is the conflicting piece of information between text 1 and 2? Text 1 says explore, uncover. But Kelda says no, we didn't really explore, we just kind of walked around. Now, let's take a look at the options. Which one of these options in text 2 tells us that we cannot trust what text 1 says? So text 1 says explore, right? Uncover, explore. Option 1, no in-depth exploration of the area. Now, option 1 directly conflicts text 1. So I'm going to put this as a strong contender, okay? This might be my answer. This might be my answer, but I'm going to look at the other options as well. Did visit a few charming local cafes. Hey, this actually didn't conflict text 1. It actually matches text 1. So this cannot be my answer because I'm looking for conflicting information. Didn't meet my expectations. Okay. Now this is a bit tricky because text 2 did say it didn't meet my expectations because there was not so much of exploration. But let me ask you, did text 1 promise that they will meet all your expectations? Text 1 didn't promise this. Text 1 didn't say we will meet all your expectations. So text 1 did not make this claim. And since text 1 didn't make this claim, it cannot conflict text 2. So option 3 is also out. And lastly, a waste of time and money. Again, did text 1 say it's definitely worth your time and money? Text 1 didn't say it's definitely worth your time and money. Therefore, text 1 also didn't make this claim. Okay? Now, when you look at your annotations and after analyzing all the options, you can be very sure that number 1 is the right answer because it directly conflicts text 1. No exploration versus explore. Okay? So this is how you can tackle such an evaluative question in visual text comprehension. Okay? I'm going to pause here for a while to see if there are any questions. Yes, I will go through some questions in Compre OE. Questions 21, 22, and 23. In the answer scheme, the reasons have been given. The reasons have been given, so it is rather self-explanatory already. Vague means not so clear. Vague means not so clear. Okay? Let me take a look. Okay. Let me take a look. All right. So that's visual text comprehension. Now, grammar close is what we often call a low-hanging fruit if you have the right techniques. So when you look at grammar close, again, you have to read the passage. And definitely there will be distractors in the options. There'll be 2 or 3 words given which could seemingly fit into a particular blank. And that is when you have to use your understanding of grammar rules, collocations, phrasal verbs to arrive at the right answer. Okay, so like I mentioned earlier on, I'm going to zoom in on tricky questions and sections. Okay, now for editing, what strategy or what strategies do you use when you do editing? Your teachers might have shared these with you, but maybe you're not applying it. So because I still see students making errors that show that they don't understand how editing is set. In editing, there are 5 questions. There are 5 questions or 5 errors based on grammatical rules. Okay, so 5 grammatical errors, 5 spelling errors. Do you know how a grammatical error looks like? Or do you know how a spelling error looks like? Because if you don't know, then you could mix things up, right? If it's a spelling error and then you try to, spell it in a way that changes the tense, then you won't be able to get the mark. So what do grammatical errors look like? Grammatical errors, let me copy this and share with you, okay? So grammatical errors, what do grammatical errors look like? Grammatical errors are spelled correctly. So they are the prepositions or verbs. This correctly, this is what you know the word looks like in real life. Okay? So grammatical errors are spelled correctly. Now, How do you know that your answer is right? So of course you apply the grammar rules. But another thing I realize some students do is that, let's say the word is around, okay? The error is around, and this is spelled correctly for sure. Around is spelled like that. And the student gives me a totally different word. The history of mixed martial art dates, let's say a random word, people, okay? So if a student writes something like that, totally different in terms of word class. This is a preposition. People is not a preposition. Is it the same root word? No, it's not the same root word. People is a totally different word. So when you see a grammatical error, the correct answer would either be in the same word class. So if this is a preposition, the correct answer is a preposition. This answer here, based on the answer key, is the word back. Okay? Dates back to. It's a collocation. Now, some grammatical errors use the same root word. So for example, let me move. For example, question 38. The competitors were regarded as legend heroes. Now, firstly, is legend spelled correctly? Yes, it's spelled correctly. It's not a spelling error. It's a grammatical error. Now, legend is a word in its base form. What other forms of the word legend are there? There is legends. There is legendary, which is an adjective. Okay, there is no legending or anything. No. So, what is the correct answer? In the answer scheme, you see the answer legendary. Then you check. Legendary is an adjective. Does an adjective describe a noun? Yes, it does. A legend is a noun cannot describe a noun. So over here, this is wrong, right? Legendary. So you see, it's the same root word, same base form. Okay, so do not change the word and say we're regarded as superheroes or awesome heroes. That's definitely wrong. Not the same base form, not the same word class. Okay, so do not make such errors. Understand how the questions are set. Okay, now spelling errors are pretty straightforward. A spelling error just looks like a nonsense word. A nonsense word. But you have to sound it out. Originated. So you know the answer is going to be originated, right? Let's say you can spell originated. Could the answer be originate? But when you sound it out, it's originated. It's a past tense verb. So the answer is originated. Don't change it to originating, originate. So whatever you're sounding is that tense, is that whether it's a plural or singular noun. Glorify. Don't change it to glorify. So always sound it out. Okay, always sound out the spelling errors and keep the tenses, keep the singularity or the plural form of it. Okay, so that's my advice for you when it comes to editing. Okay, so editing, students say, how do I improve editing? First, you need to learn your spelling of commonly misspelled words. Okay, and of course, know your collocations and the use of various tenses, prepositions, etc. Compre-close is challenging for many students, and we understand why, because there's so much going on, and sometimes you don't know where to look. Okay, so for question 46, can challenge be acceptable? Yes, question 46, challenge is acceptable. Let me move to this part. Okay, so question 46, yes, challenge is acceptable. Now, when we look at compre-close, again, you have to read the text, and the clues are around the blank or somewhere later. So if, as you're doing the compre-close exercise and you get stuck, don't get stuck for too long because you might not know that the clue is maybe in the paragraph after that or two paragraphs later. Okay, you might see the clue there. So question 46, there are many possibilities, right? The clue is lack of space. So lack of space, it is a problem. It is a situation. It is a constraint. Is it an issue? Yes. Is it a challenge? Yes. Okay? So to tackle this issue, is it a collocation? Yeah, you can tackle an issue. You can tackle a problem. Can you tackle a challenge? Can you tackle a challenge? Can you tackle a challenge? Usually we say we overcome a challenge. So challenge is not a good option in this case. Okay? So I will not accept challenge. To tackle, whatever word here has to match tackle. So we tackle a problem, an issue, a situation, and we overcome challenges. Okay? So in your answer scheme, I'm going to just, there are many possible answers. I will just put problem. Problem is fine. Okay? Problem is fine. So we use clues like that. Tackle this problem. This problem is a lack of space. Now, another thing that you have to pay attention to besides looking at clues, of course, is to use your understanding of grammar rules. Now, when you read the sentence, question 47, however, that has increasingly blank. That has increasingly blank has adverb blank. It has to be a verb, right? Has something. I have done something. She has done something. So this has to be a verb. And a verb in its present perfect form because has something. Okay? So has become. That's in the answer key again. Become unsustainable, not became. So has become something. So use your understanding of grammatical rules to help you answer questions as well. Now, the very last thing I want to go through in this complete close, not very last thing, last two things. When you come across very complex sentences like this one, here, this sentence, let me highlight this sentence. This 3 km utility tunnel blank our telecom cables, power lines, and water pipes are housed. It's a complex sentence. And when you come across complex sentence, they tend to be slightly longer. Read slowly. Read slowly and understand it. Okay? Over here, it is what our telecom cables. Now the clue is housed. Right? House. Where you have to house something somewhere, right? Okay, so this tunnel is a place, and this is where we house things. So the word that we are putting in here, where our cables are housed. Okay, so when it comes to complex structures, read slowly. All right? Okay, so let's take a look at one last thing before I move on. Now, question 55, if you're stuck, I don't know. Similarly, blank in rock caverns under the old Mandai quarry is Singapore's first underground ammunition storage. Firstly, this is a place, correct? But what is this word? The clue is actually right at the start over here. Building facilities underground. So in this text, they use the word build. Whenever they talk about these facilities, they use the word build. So over here, since they are talking about this underground ammunition storage space, I can also use the word build. Similarly, built in these caverns are these places, okay? The ammunition storage. So sometimes the clues are earlier on. Okay. Now, I'd like to give me a moment. Okay. I'd like to take a look at S&T. Now, in S&T, these are common question types. You must know. You must know the rules. For example, transforming direct speech to indirect speech. You need to know the rules, right? Using PPTT, I know some schools teach PTPT, right? PPTT, your the pronoun, your position or place, okay? Tense and time. Now, if you are not aware, then you should consult your teachers, find out a bit more, okay? Tense, and time, and apply them every time you do this question. So that's a strategy. Now, certain question types like no sooner. What comes to your mind straight away when you see no sooner? You know somewhere in the sentence there is a then, because no sooner always goes with then. So after practicing many questions, you should be able to see certain patterns and relationships between words, right? So for example, no sooner is then. What about scarcely and hardly? Scarcely and hardly always goes with when, right? So these are the pairings that students often mix up. So do not mix up no sooner. Sooner is a comparative, so sooner than. Okay, sooner than. That's how you can remember it. Another common question type, passive to active voice or the other way around. Okay, question 65. That's also in your notes, actually. We have annotated it. Okay, so that's something that's pretty common and you need to know how to do it. You need to know what's the subject, what's the object, how to move the verbs around. All right? Okay. Now, for compre OE, again, in the answer key, we have annotated the answers, right? We have annotated the answers. But there are a few very challenging questions in general that I want to tell you a bit more about. Question 67, for example, because there was a parent who asked me to look at an explain clearly answer and ask if the answer is truly complete or correct. So when you see an explain clearly question, it is usually a 2-mark question. Okay? It's usually a 2-mark question. Another thing about explain clearly question is usually they give you something figurative. Okay? Not literal. For example, Jeremy's body was a battleground. Huh? A battleground is battleground. A body is body. So it is not literal. And usually they will pick non-literal phrases to set such questions. Because if I pick something very literal and straightforward to understand, there is nothing for me to ask. So do expect questions like that where you have to explain your answers in a literal way. So your explanation must be literal, in plain language. Okay, what does it mean by battleground? Battleground. He is fighting life and death, okay? He might die if he succumbs to the poison. So now his body is battling. The poison and the doctor's medicine are fighting. If the medicine wins, he survives. If the poison wins, he dies. This is the metaphor that the writer has used. So of course, you have to first explain, what do you understand by this metaphor? And then, what is it trying to say? And this is the explanation, right? So first, you explain the metaphor, and then you, give me a moment, let me shift this. Explain the metaphor, and then you explain what is the metaphor trying to say. Okay, what is the metaphor trying to tell me? So the metaphor is this, okay? There's an arena, a fight is happening. But why are we using this fighting scene as an imagery or as a metaphor? Oh, because we are trying to say that the medicines and poisons are competing. Okay? So this is what you can do when you look at challenging questions like that. 2-mark explain clearly questions. Now, this is not considered, question 69 is it's like, oh, it's just 2 marks, it's very straightforward, right? The answer is quite easy to get the answer. But some students might not get the mark because they might not be looking at the right keywords. So what are the keywords? If anybody asks you, how do you know? Any question, how do you know? You have to tell us what's observable. That means the character did something or said something that you could hear or see. So it's observable. The snake did this, she could see. The snake did this, she could see. So she knew. Okay? True false question, I'm not going to go through all, but I'm going to share with you the technique to do true false question. Okay? true-false question. So true-false question, some students get the true-false right, but not the reason right. Why? There are certain steps to take when you answer true-false question. So for example, let's take a look at A and B. When you read a sentence from your memory of the text, you will be able to quickly say, oh, this is false because that's not what I read, right? The house that Jeremy and Jennifer were moving into was brand new. Oh, this is not true because I remember reading it had to be remodeled. That means it's old. New things don't have to be remodeled. So what is false here? That's the first question. You have to identify what's false and highlight it. This is important because in your reason, you have to tell us if brand new is false, then what is true? So step one, if it's a false, you have to ask yourself, what is true? What's the truth from the text? From the text, it says, from my inference, it's an old house. So the truth is, it's an old house. It's not a brand new house. But that's not the end. I cannot just say it was an old house. Because if I do that, I'm just flipping the sentence. It's brand new, false. It's an old house. I have to explain, right? What's the reason? How do you know? How do you know that it's an old house? Oh, because in the passage, it says that it had to be remodeled. And new houses do not require remodeling. That's what you do when you encounter a false question. Now, what if something is true? Say, teacher, it's true already. What else is there to explain? Now, again, you look at the statement. Initially, Jeremy had not thought that Jennifer was in grave danger. Not thought, grave danger. Is this true? Did he immediately thought that she was in danger? No. So he said, oh, this is true. These two things are true. But I cannot repeat this statement. So whenever, again, you encounter true, instead of saying what is true, tell us, how do you know? What's the evidence in the text? So, oh, I know it's true because he did this and he said this or he did that or he responded this way. So when it's a false question, what is true? How do you know? If it's a true answer, how do you know? Give me the details and do not over summarize. Some students over summarize and in the end, it is very vague. It's not clear. So provide the relevant details to prove that it is indeed true. Okay? So that's true, false. Very common, but many students don't get 3 marks. Sometimes they get 1. Okay, because we're not so sure. The last question has a few things I want to tell you about. This is the last thing I'm going to go through for today's session. Okay? This is a common question type. When you see words like, how would you describe? They ask you to look at a particular part in a passage or a sentence. How would you describe? There are a few kinds of how would you describe questions. Okay? The first how would you describe question comes before a noun. So what's a noun? Okay, it could be an animal, okay, usually appearance. Okay, you could be talking about emotions. Okay, how would you describe John's feelings? By looking at his face, or he looks sad. So how would you describe the headless snake? A noun. So when they ask you how would you describe a headless snake, your answer will likely contain an adjective and maybe an adverb. Okay, like that. The headless snake was determined, persistent. An adjective, right? How would you describe somebody? I'll use an adjective. Now, what if, so this is one question type, right? How would you describe? And of course, you support it with evidence. But what if they ask you, how would you describe the man's movement? How would you describe the way the man moved? Are you still going to use an adjective? How would you describe the way the man moved? Are you still going to use an adjective? No, right? If now the question is, how would you describe plus a kind of movement or a way of doing something? Then it is likely that your answer is not an adjective anymore. It's going to be a verb plus an adverb. He is moving slowly, right? So so you need to familiarize yourself with these keywords and what comes after the keywords, because it will help you to check your answer. It will help you to zoom in on what is not correct and what might be. Okay? Persevering. It's persevering. It is persevering. It is determined. Determined is a better word. Okay? So, this session, at the start, I have shared with all of you that all of you have tried the questions, all of you have read the passages, you have checked your answers, you've keyed in your answers to check how you have done. And the purpose of this session is to zoom in on certain questions that might be a bit tricky and give you additional tips. Okay? So let me take a look at the chat and Q&A. And if colleagues who are here today with me, if there's anything you'd like to respond to live, please do so. Please do so. Yeah. So if you have not done the WA papers for Chinese, Math, and Science, I would encourage you to complete them, check your answer before you attend the walkthrough sessions. Okay? Then you will truly already know what you got wrong and right and be able to zoom in as well.
那各位同学们啊，现在呢，到了我们的华文的时间啊，所以呢，我们现在要来看到我们的这个华文的这个试卷。那么在今天的讲解当中呢，因为我们只有1个小时的时间，所以我们会挑一些特别这个重点的、有代表性的，当然对大家来说也是有一些挑战的题目来讲解。我相信所有的同学都会觉得整个试卷当中应该是阅读理解会比较有挑战吧，所以我们就先从阅读理解开始啊，所以大家可以拿出你们的这个试卷呢，翻到我们的阅读理解2B 组啊，因为这个是不管大家的程度如何，都会让大家比较头疼的一个题目啦。啊，那么看到这个我们的这一个阅读理解2B 组的这个34到40题这个部分啊，那么我们可以先来读一读这个篇章哈啊，当然也是为了帮大家不管你有没有做完它哈，帮大家回顾一下这个篇章。好，我们来读一下。新学期开学不久，班上转来了一个新同学，名叫张大伟。为了尽快与同学们变得熟悉起来，大伟经常向大家讲述自己的丰功伟绩。他告诉同学们，他怎么从一场大火中救出哇哇大哭的女孩，又怎么勇敢地跳进海里救起一个快要淹死的男孩。大家听了都信以为真，觉得他是个了不起的大英雄。同学们的反应让大伟尝到了甜头，渐渐的，他说大话竟然说上瘾了。新年快到了，班上的同学要演一部话剧，谁知就在演出的前2天，扮演主角的那位同学生病了，这下该怎么办呢？大家都发起愁来，让我来演，我以前演过这个角色，你们就放心吧。大伟想也不想，又把大话说出了口。同学们听了，立刻转忧为喜，从心底里感激他。第2天，也就是彩排的最后1天，大伟却一直没有来，同学们只好去找他。可他们找遍了校园的每个角落都找不到，大家急得团团转。最后，同学们拖着沉重的脚步走回家，走回课室，却发现大伟坐在椅子上，悠闲地听着音乐。见到座位上的大伟，大家十分生气，立刻围上去问：“你今天为什么不来参加彩排？” 我忘了。大伟若无其事地回答。这么重要的事情，怎么说忘就忘呢？同学们气急了，却一点办法也没有，只好取消了话剧表演，把节目换成了简单的大合唱。这件事之后，大家再也不相信大伟的话了。这对大伟来说简直太痛苦了。从此，他终于明白，要获得别人的尊敬和喜爱，就必须要用真心去交换。所以呢，这个故事就读完了。我们可以看到呢，是一个叫做张大伟的同学说大话的这样的一个故事。那么我们可以来看到哪些题目呢？我们特别的可以拿出来讲一讲。首先的第一个题目，我们可以看一下这个36题。那么我们在做这个这种问答题的方法呢，如果你有在学会了学过的话呢，你就知道我们一向是用3步答题法来做。什么是3步答题法第一步，我们可以看到这个问题。问题当中呢，他有提到张大伟对同学们说大话的原因。那么这个你要去仔细的去读这个问题的话呢，你就会发现这个它有一些关键词，对吧？一个是张大伟对同学说大话那么这个就是36题的一个比较关键的一个短语那么问题是我们要去找他为什么这个对同学们说大话，对吧？它的原因。所以我们第一步呢，你就要根据这个对同学说大话，你要找到他在文章的位置所以第一步就是先去找。那这一步呢，应该说是比较简单的，对不对？你去找说大话在第几段，那么你就可以看到在文章里，对吗？你就去找说大话找说大话这个词，那么你就会找到呢，在第几段呢？在第1段就有提到，他说大话竟然说上你了，对不对？你就可以看到说大话这个词就出现在了这里所以我们就可以确定呢，这个题我们应该要从第1段这边去找，对吧？所以这是我们的第一步，你先找到在文章的位置。然后呢，你的第2步是做什么事情那么你就要知道这个地方问题问的是原因，对吧？问题是原因是什么？他为什么要跟同学说大话呢？那么现在我就要去文章中去找到什么呢？一些比较能够回答这个问题的一些句子，对吧？比较重要的句子那么我们一般找原因呢，你要看这个地方说大话说上你是结果，所以你就要往上找，对不对？往上找为什么他要说大话那么你读前一句话呢，这里就提到大家听了都信以为真，觉得他是个了不起的大英雄。同学们的反应让大伟尝到了甜头，渐渐的他说大话竟然说上瘾了，对吧？所以你可以看到呢，这句话就是同学们的就是同学们让他尝到了甜头，对吧？就是他说大话的其中的一个原因。那么你就把这个句子画出横线来那么你就去找到它的位置，对不对有没有同学就是找到的就是这一句呢？有没有同学找到？你们在作答的时候，对吧？你就找到这一句这个时候呢，要跟大家讲其实你应该从哪里开始读有同学就只读在旁边，对不对？你要从第1段开始读，好吧？不要就真的就只从这个上一句开始读，你要把所有的跟他说大话，为什么说大话都要找到找完了第1段之后，你还要继续去读第2段，直到你找不到相关的答案为止，你才能够停下来把答案写下来，好吧？所以呢，其实如果你从第1段开始读的话呢，你就会发现其实还有一个句子可以作为他说大话的原因，你们有找到吗？在哪一句呢？第1句肯定不是，对吧？第2句是不是提到为了尽快与同学们变得熟悉起来，大伟经常向大家讲述自己的丰功伟绩，对吧？这个他所谓的丰功伟绩，实际上就是什么呢？就是大话比如说就是下面的这些事情他就这个救出这个女孩啦，对吧？去救这个男孩啦，实际上都是大话。所以呢，实际上这个地方还有一个原因在哪里呢？ 在第一段的第二句，就它们呢并不是连在一起的，这也是他说大话的原因，对吧？所以你第一段找完了过后呢，你就再往下找哈，你别着急，你还要读第二段有没有？然后你在读第二段的时候，你会发现，哎，在讲另外的事情了，对吧？在讲他们要演话剧了，所以呢，你就可以确定第二段再往下就没有原因了。所以你要把这个答案呢找完。大家记得，你找到这个关键词的位置，你要从上面第一段开始读，对吧？然后读完之后确定找完过后呢，你别急，还要往下读啊，一直到你肯定没有这个相关的答案为止，对吧？这就是第二步，我们把这些句子挑出来，好吧？然后第三步是做什么呢？是不是可以直接写了呢？啊，第三步呢，你就要去想一想，我是不是需要改一改，对不对？那么在这个地方，我们需要改吗？这几个句子啊，其实在这个地方的话呢，我们是不需要改的，你可以直接抄下来啊，因为它没有开关引号，对吧？也没有也没有问句哈、也没有也没有很多的那些语气词哈、你就可以把它直接放进来，比如说就是对吧？因为他是为了尽快与同学们变得熟悉起来，才讲大话。吧？后来大家听了信以为真，觉得张大伟是个了不起的大英雄，同学们的反应让大伟尝到了甜头。好，所以你就直接抄下来，那么就是这个题的答案了，对不对？这就是我们的第三步哈。在这里的话呢，你不需要改啊，但是有时候你是需要改的。所以呢，我们在这里哈。啊，就是以这个题为例，我们可以看一下我们答题的三步法。第一步是不是你先根据题目的关键词，根据题目是不是找到在文章的位置，找到在第几段？这个是你的第一步。然后第二步呢，你要去理解问题啊，你要看到问题在问什么。如果问题问你为什么，你就去找原因；如果问题问你对吧？这样做会带来什么样的结果啊？你就去找结果啊，你去理解这个问题，然后你要把那些所有的句子，对吧？都要画出来，画出相关的这些句子。好，第三步呢，你就要写答案了。但是你一般来说哈，在小六会考的时候，都需要大家修改原文啊，写出答案。这就是我们的三个步骤，对不对？我们以这个刚才的这个36题哈。来作为一个例子啊，让我们来了解一下这个三步答题法。那么36题的话呢，实际上它在改原因对吧？并不是很难的，但是呢，它稍微有一个难点。这个难点在哪里呢？就是很多同学比如说这个题3分，可能是你得2分，是不是？有时候可能得1.5啊，有时候一个题4分啊，你可能得2分。是不是得3分？有没有这样的情况呢？啊，如果你经常有这样的问题，那么你就要注意36题告诉你的一个，对吧？一个方法，让你去改变你的这个分数总是漏掉点的情况。所以这个难点就在于答案是分布在不同的位置的，对吧？答案分布在不同位置，你可以看到呢，它的答案都在第一段，但是一部分的答案是在前面，对吧？一部分的答案是在后面。有的时候在小六会考的时候呢，可能有的答案是在第一段，有的答案是在第3段，对吧？可能还有一部分答案在第5段，就是它会分布在不同的位置。所以呢，你要保证你把所有的答案都找全的话呢，你就需要怎么样啊？像刚才我们讲的。你要从头开始从这个段落的一开始读啊，然后读完了前面之后呢，对吧？你不要停，你还要往后读啊，往后找，一直找到你确定没有这个相关的句子可以做答案为止，对不对？这个就是我们不要漏掉任何的一个要点，这样你才能够把所有的分数都拿到，对吧？不然的话，你这个题扣1分。啊，另外一个题又扣1分，是不是？后面一个题你又扣2分啊，结果这样总的来说呢，你就被扣了不少的分数了啊，所以不要漏掉任何的答案。我们再来看一下这个38题。好，我们刚才说第一步是不是我们要根据这个问题找到它在 篇章里的位置在第几段。所以现在呢，我换一个 highlight 的颜色哈，你可以看一下38题的第一问，同学们为了什么事而着急？那么所以在这个地方呢，比较重要的一个词就是着急，对不对？同学们着急，所以你就要根据这个同学们着急，要找到文章的第几段提到同学们很着急，是不是？所以大家有这样去找吗？刚才你可以看到第一段是没有的，对不对？然后你就要从第二段找有没有着急呢？同学们着急呢？有没有呢？有同学可能会觉得大家发起愁来是不是着急？是不是？但是发愁跟着急还不太一样，是不是？你要去找着急那么你再看一下第三段有没有？第三段有没有同学们着急呢？你可以看到有一个词叫急得团团转，对吗？大家急得团团转。急得团团转跟刚才的发起愁来很明显，这个急得团团转才是着急，对吧？那大家是不是同学们呢？你去读这句话，他说，第二天也就是彩排的最后一天，大伟却一直没有来。同学们只好去找他，可他们找遍了校园的每个角落都找不到，大家急得团团转，是不是？这个大家是不是就是同学们呢？对吧？所以这个地方就是我们可以确定哈，它在文章的位置，也就是我们的这个第38题的第一问就在这里，就是同学们急得团团转。所以我们就从这一段去找大家是为了什么事急得团团转，对不对？我们说要从哪里开始读？你至少要从第三段一开始读，所以我们就从这个第三段一开始读第二天，也就是彩排的最后一天，大伟却一直没有来，这个是不是让大家着急的事情？你要问自己这个问题这是让大家着急的吗？是，对不对？所以呢，这个句子你就要画出横线，把它画出来。找遍了校园的每个角落都找不到，那这个是不是大家着急的，让大家着急的事情呢？对吧？大家去找他，怎么都找不到，是不是很着急？所以这个也是答案，对吧？所以最后大家就急得团团转了那么这个就是事情的结果啦，对吧？就不会再你再往后找，就不是大家着急的事情了。所以我们现在呢，就你去理解这个问题我们要找出这个事情你就可以找到是在第三段的前面第一句和第二句。那么这两句话找出来之后呢，我们就要到第三步，对不对？第三步是什么呢？我们说要修改原文，然后呢要写出答案，对吧？那么现在这个问题是什么？问题是什么事？我们都写过故事，对不对？写故事你要找什么？时间、地点人物，对不对？他做了什么事这个经过怎么样？结果如何？是不是？这个才是一个非常具体的事情。所以在这里的话呢，你就要保留什么？时间你要保留吧，对不对？这里本身是没有特别去讲地点的。那有人原因就是大伟一直没来，对吧？经过就是大家去找他，然后结果就是找不到，所以这几个句子都要写不过呢，这个如果你直接抄，你就要扣分了我们一定要改大家知道哪些地方一定要改吗？首先我们说要写时间，对不对？时间你不能写第二天吧，对吗？你要写哪一天呢？彩排的最后一天，所以第二天你就要删掉也就是彩排的最后一天，这个也就是你需不需要写呀？是不是也是要删掉？因为你现在只保留时间所以时间就是彩排的最后一天大伟却一直没有来我们在写这个句子的时候呢，有一个词你最好也是删掉。如果你知道的话，其实你也可以写在 chat 里面知不知道哪个词要删掉呢？大伟却一直没有来。对吧？我们现在是直接写这个事情彩排的最后一天，大伟 我们其实有一个字不用写，就是这个却字，对吧？我看到有同学写出来哈，这位叫 Miranda 是吗？写的非常好，就是这个却字你不用写。为什么呢？因为在这个地方却字其实它代表它是一个连接词，它没有实际的意义，对吗？除非它前面有一些内容啊，前面其实是说大伟答应了要演这个角色，所以才有，对吧？他这个时候才说他却没有来，才会有这个却字。那么现在你没有写他答应演这个角色，你就不需要再写这个却字了，对吧？所以这种虚词啊、连接词啊，有时候你是不需要写的，你要想想看，我是要留还是不留，对不对？好，这是第一句的。第二句呢，同学们只好去找他，对不对？同学们只好去找他，可找遍了校园的每个角落都找不到。这个句子呢，是不是也是有一个词你得删掉的，对吧？什么事情呢？哎，这个只好这个词你也是不用写的。为什么呢？因为它代表一种语气，对，它是一个语气而已。它在这里呢，它并没有去回答这个具体的就是事情是什么啊，所以你在这里你就不需要写同学们只好去找他。我们在修改的时候呢，其实有一个技巧，就是告诉大家哪些词要删掉，表示语气的词。一些虚词不是非常重要的，没有实际意义的一些虚词，你就要删掉，对吧？所以呢，在这里我们就把这些词删掉就可以了，对吧？同学们去找他，可找遍了每个这个校园每个角落都找不到，对吧？这就让大家急得团团转，这就让大家很着急。所以现在我们保留的画横线的句子里，对吗？我们现在保留的那些内容写下来就可以了，删掉的呢，你就不需要写，对吗？所以我们可以把这个，那如果我就直接就写在了下面，我们就直接写在下面，写在38题的横线上哈。好，这个题因为有改，所以我们就可以来写一写。好，为了什么事呢？好，从事情的时间开始，也就是在彩排的最后一天，对吧？这是时间啊。这个事情的原因就是大伟一直没有来自，其实最好换成哪一个字呢？换成去字为什么呢？因为来是在当时的那个情况，对吧？我们说他一直没有来，是在那个时候正在发生的事。那现在其实整个事情已经过了，当我们再去转述的时候，这个来字你就要变成去字。大伟一直都没有去。然后呢，你再写什么？同学们去找他，就是找遍了校园每个角落，都找不到张大伟，对吧？这个事情，所以为了这件事而着急。这样的话，你的第一问就答完了，对不对？所以大家可以看到呢，所有的答案呢，其实都是从原文当中来的这些句子，对吧？大家看起来也对非常熟悉，因为也是从文章当中来的。不过呢，它有一个删减的我们讲一个技巧，这个技巧我们叫做什么呢？就是删掉语气的词语，表示语气的词和一些虚词，比如说哪些呢？我们可以想一想，哪些词是代表语气的？比如说你在文章中看到这种什么咦，对不对？咦，他怎么去了那里呢？对吧？这种呀，是不是这种一些语气词？还有一些词呢，它不是这种词，对吧？但是它也是表示语气的，好像我们刚刚讲只好，对吧？这个其实是一种语气，代表我没办法了，我只能这样做，对吧？还有呢，偏偏，对吧？这个也是一种语气就是说这个事情的这个结果跟我原本想的呢不一样，对吧？偏偏是这样的就是相反的，所以等等就是这样的语气，如果出现在原文当中，大家记得呢，请删掉它。 你只保留有实际意义的那一些句子作为答案就可以了，好吧？所以这是我们在这个38题的第一问一个修改的技巧。好，然后呢，这个第一问大家也许还觉得还可以，对吧？不是很难，但是很多同学呢会在第二问出错，就是这件事造成什么结果？我有看过，一些同学的试卷哈，就是有的同学发现他的华文程度是挺好的，这个总的来说得分也算是挺高的，但是呢，有的同学他的第二问老师要出问题，你们想想看，你自己会不会经常有这样的情况出现？就是如果这个问题有前后2个问，好像38题这样的，对吧？你的第二问会不会出问题呢？是不是？如果你的第二问有出问题的话，这个时候其实你要学习一个阅读理解做题的技巧，就是你要把第二问跟第一问联系起来，你要去理解第二问他问的是什么，对吧？为什么这个第二问这件事造成什么结果，它不是单独的一道题呢？而是38题的第二问，对吧？它一定跟刚才你所回答的第一问有关系，对吗？所以为了什么事？那么现在就问的是这件事造成什么结果？其实也就是说，大家对吧，找不到张大伟，大伟没去参加彩排这件事情，它的结果是什么？对不对？哎，所以呢，你要理解了，你才能够去找这个结果究竟是什么，对吧？所以呢，你就还是要来到这个段落里。既然问的是这件事，那就还是第3段，对吗？就不是，你就不要去看到处乱找了第2段第4段了，那么就还是第3段。那么我们现在已经知道了，对吧？刚才的答案到这里为止那么你就要接着往后去找咯。很多同学会不会写最后同学们拖着沉重的脚步走回课室？有没有同学是答这句话的？有吗？如果你答这句话，那你就错了，是不是？你就不理解这个问题问的是什么因为这个是什么呢？这不是这件事带来的结果，对吧？而是这件事它最后呢，同学们对吧？就这件事它的结果是什么？就同学们就只好回去课室里了。可是它并不是这件事造成的结果，对吧？它造成了什么事情发生呢？这件事我们刚才说就是大伟没去彩排，同学们找不到他，对吧？所以他造成了什么事情呢？那么你就还要再继续往后看，一直到你找到为止，对不对？所以你再往后看，见到座位上的大伟，大家十分生气，立刻围上去问：你今天为什么不来参加彩排？我忘了。大伟若无其事的回答，对吧？这个也不是这个事情造成的结果吧？对吧？那大伟他说他忘了这个，跟大家找他是没关系的然后就又再往后看，这么重要的事怎么说忘就忘呢？同学们气了，却一点办法也没有，只好取消了话剧表演，把节目换成了简单的大合唱，对吧？所以你看到在这里的话，你们有没有找到这件事，就是大伟没参加彩排这件事，哪一个句子是造成的结果呢？对不对？你可以看一下是哪一个句子，比如我可以标一个符号这第1句、第2句、第3句、第4句，是不是？然后第5句、第6句、第7句、第8句，有没有同学找到的？你可以在 chat 或者在 chat 里面，你可以写上号码，是不是？我看有没有同学可以找得到大伟没参加彩排造成的结果。以前的考试当中很多同学就写的是第3句错了很多我看很多同学不错今天的参加的同学有一些同学是答案是对的，对吧？我们一定要去理解造成的结果呢，实际上是第8句，对吧？你要知道什么叫造成的，造成我们讲什么cause，对吧？就是它带来的这样最后的一个结果，就是只好取消了话剧表演。把节目换成了简单的大合唱，对吧？就是第8句很多同学找的非常的好，是的。那么在这个句子呢，对吧？就是大伟不彩排， 同学们也没找到他，对吧？也没抓到他彩排啊，所以他最后没彩排，造成的这样的一个结果啦。啊，那么这个句子需不需要改呢？同学们只好取消了，对吧？我们刚才说有一个词你可以删掉，对吧？就是语气词，把这个只好删掉啊，就是取消了话剧表演，把节目换成简单的大合唱就可以了，对吧？好，我们就把这个句子啊，把它写下来就行了，好吧？所以我们就现在呢，再来接着往后回答啊。那么我们在回答的时候呢，你最好再抄一下，对吧？这件事造成的结果是，为什么要抄一下呢？因为这样老师才知道，哦，这位同学现在要回答第二个问题了，是不是？这样就非常的清楚。有时候呢，这种前后两个问，你的答案全部揉在一起，老师就不知道，哪个句子在回答第一问，对吧？哪个句子在回答第二问？这样的话也是会造成扣分的，好吧？所以大家在回答第二个问的时候，你要非常明确的让老师知道你现在在回答第二个问题了，对吧？那我这样写，老师就知道了哈。造成的结果是，好，我们就接着呢把这个对吧？这个句子原文那个句子抄下来啊，造成了大家取消了话剧表演，把节目换成了简单的大合唱。对，这样就答完了啊。你可以对吧？再对照一下，哎，这样是不是我们的每一个地方都对吧？每一个问题都非常清楚了啊。这个就是我们从38题可以学到的，好吧？38题这个题其实可以学到很多。首先啊，我们可以来总结一下，对吧？刚才的一个技巧就是删掉语气词，是不是？刚才我好像还看到有同学问，刚巧呢，是不是？刚巧这个词也是啊，也是。其实有很多这样的词，在这里对吧？我们可以举一些例子，让大家明白这是一些表示语气的一些词，对吧？很多时候是一些虚词啊、连词啊这样的东西啊、大家在真正的做题的时候，你就可以记住这个技巧，然后你再去做这个修改，对吧？你如果发现有这样的词，你就记得删掉它。那么这是第一个技巧，从这个题可以学到的，对吧？第二个技巧是什么呢？第二个技巧啊，大家要注意啊，就是我们要这个理解第二个问题，对吧？一定要把这个第二个问啊，就是我们现在这个题前后两问，第二个问要与第一个问呢，你要产生一些联系。如果你发现你的这个第二个问跟第一个问一点关系都没有，那肯定是错的，好吧？所以你第二个问跟第一个问一定要有一些关系，一定要有一些联系。有时候它是跟第一个问题有关系，有时候它是跟问题的答案有关系，好吧？那在小六会考当中，常常是跟问题的答案是有关系的，对吧？所以如果你第一问答错了，你第二问很可能也会错掉，对吧？但是如果你第一问答对了，第二问也不一定能对，是不是？所以你一定要去理解第二问。然后呢，还有就是什么呢？他们的在有时候，对吧？我们不能说全部哈，有时候你要知道，他们的这个在文章当中的位置是不在同一个位置的，好吧？所以有时候呢，它的答案会分布在不同的位置。这个刚才的36题我们也可以看到了，对吧？有的答案它可能在不同的段落，那像这个题的话，它还没有在不同的段落，它只是在这个段的最后一句。对吧？所以大家要记住哈，不要直接不要就是我找到就在这个附近找，有时候它的答案呢，它可能隔得比较远一点，好吧？这个也是你在作答的时候要知道的，要明确的有这样的一个意识，好吧？这样你才能够答对这类的题目，好吧？这个就是我们从38题可以学到的一些答题的一些技巧。那我们还再继续看一下哈，还有哪个题非常值得大家学习呢？就是39题。39题呢，你还可以看到它不仅是前后两个问，对吧？它的难度多了一颗星星，也就是说它稍微难了一点点，对吧？难在哪里哈？我们可以来看一看。好，还是一样来读这个问题。那这一次我可不可以，因为我们刚才已经讲过两个问了，对吧？我可不可以把这个问题来抛给你们呢？啊，你们可以来找一找它在第几段吗？ 是不是？当然这个关键词就是面对同学们的质问，对吧？然后态度如何？你们如果找得到的话，你可以把你找到段落的号码写在我们的这个 chat 这个位置。我发现别人大家好像很厉害啊，每次都是很快的回答我。这个39题，面对同学们的质问，张大伟的态度如何？那么你从第几段可以找到面对同学们的质问呢？实力也是很快哈。好，我可以看到很多同学都已经找到了，很好。这个题啊，实际上有一个词也是比较难的，有同学可能不懂什么叫质问，对不对？质问，其实是什么呢？就是如果对方做错了事情，我这个时候去问他，是你做的吗？对吧？你怎么这么做呢？这个就是质问，就是以一种比较严厉的态度去问对方，好吧？但是如果你不懂怎么办？你不懂，你至少懂“问”这个字吧？是不是？你是不是应该去找同学们问啊？问问张大伟，对吧？啊，非常好，已经看到很多同学找到了。是的，就在我们可以看到第3段，还是这一段，是不是？还是这一段。那么这个句子在哪里呢？就在这里。大家十分生气，立刻围上去问：你今天为什么不来参加彩排？对吧？这个就是大家问啊。那么这个问呢，也是很生气的问他，对吧？这个就是质问。那么这就是我们的第39题的位置。你就找到在这里了，对吧？然后现在这个问题是什么呢？问题问的是张大伟的态度如何，对吗？态度如何？什么叫态度呢？我们用英文讲叫 attitude，是不是？那么我就要从这边去找了，哪个是张大伟的态度，对吗？哪个是张大伟的态度？还是一样哈，我们来看这个地方，你们也可以告诉我是第几句啊？这是第1句哈，第2句，这段第2句，第3句，第4句，然后第5句，第6句，第7句，第8句。好，你们可以告诉我你们的号码，好吧？哪一个句子是张大伟的态度？啊，我有时候看到大家写的号码，有时候是5，有时候是6哈，6比较多是吗？啊，这时候你要去想了，5和6到底哪个是态度呢？对不对？啊，其实6这个若无其事就是态度，对吧？张大伟的态度是若无其事的，好吧？这样的话呢，你在答案当中一定要突出这个若无其事的回答大家，对吧？但是呢，你6找到的，如果刚才大家写的是6哈，我觉得你非常理解态度这个词。不过我们在写答案的时候，对吧？若无其事的回答大家，那么回答大家什么呢？对不对？那么实际上5你其实也需要写出来，这样你的整个句子才是完整的，对吧？你要保证你的答案是完整的，你不能只是写它若无其事，对吧？所以呢，我们答案就要选5和6。那么在写的时候呢，我们都知道开关引号肯定不能写，对吧？我字你肯定要改，对吧？我字这个地方只是一个转述哈，要变成他，对吧？他忘了。所以就是说，张大伟若无其事的回答他忘了，对吗？可以这样写吗？可以还是不可以？我可不可以直接写张大伟若无其事的回答他忘了？忘了什么呢？对不对？啊，所以在这里，如果你直接这样写也不可以啊，也是不完整的。所以在这里呢，有一个修改第3步啊，修改答案有一个 tips 叫什么呢？就是刚才是删掉语气词，对吧？是其中的一个技巧。那么还有一个技巧是什么呢？就是你要补充完整。如果你发现这个句子啊，他说了一半，对吧？他没说完，为什么呢？因为在文章里他可以不说完啊，因为他有上半句，对吧？他有前面啊，他还有后面，对吧？所以他在说这个句子的时候，他可以只说一半。可是当我们来到回答问题的时候呢，你就不能只写一半了，对不对？你就不完整了。所以他忘了什么呢？我是不是要把它写完整一点？ 对，所以我要把它补充在哪里呢？补充在这里啊。张大伟他说什么？他忘了参加彩排，对吧？把这个补充进去，这样才是完整的，对吧？所以这个39题的第一问，我就应该怎么写呢？我们说还是你要重复这个答问题，对吧？让老师让你现在再答第一个问啊，你可以说面对同学们的质问，张大伟若无其事的回答说他忘了参加彩排，对吧？这个就是第一问啊。然后我们再来看第二问吧。啊，当然也把这个技巧写给大家，把修改问题的技巧。什么技巧呢？哎，你要学会把句子补充完整啊，把你整个句子补充完整，这样才是一个正确回答的方式，好吧？因为在文章里面呢，很多句子可能是不太完整的。好，那么再看第二问，他为什么没去参加彩排呢？对吧？我们现在这个还是没去参加彩排这件事情，那还是在第三段，对吧？那么现在要去找不参加彩排的原因。正好刚才读第三段，你会发现同学们也问了这句话，对吧？所以如果我们按照我们答题的三步法哈，第一步你先找到这个在文章的位置的话呢，你可以看到在第三段的这个地方，我们用蓝色 highlight 的地方，这个就是39题的第二问，对吧？你今天为什么不来参加彩排？所以我们的答案当中呢，他为什么不参加？很多的答案说他忘了，他忘了参加彩排。你们同意吗？同不同意？肯定不同意，是不是？啊，如果你真是这个，我忘了，你想一想，这个题4分，对吧？然后我忘了，难道可以就拿到全部4分吗？对不对？啊，所以肯定是不可能，不是这个，我忘了，对吧？这么重要，你再往后找，这么重要的事情，怎么说忘就忘呢？这是同学们的话，对吧？然后再往后找，就是刚才我们的这个38题的答案了，对吧？只好取消话题表演话剧表演，把节目换成简单大合唱。那么很明显的，这个问题的答案就不在第三段，是不是？所以，那我到底要从第几段去找呢？有没有找得到的同学？你可以告诉我段落的号码。对吧？我们现在按照第二步，对吧？我们现在去找句子的话，你会发现第三段的后面没有告诉我们他为什么不参加彩排。那么我们应该从第几段去找？好，我看到有一位同学哈，殷正彤是吗？看来你是理解的哈，你可以找得到。我们刚才在看这个第一段的时候呢，讲到了张大伟的一个特点，他是说大话，对吧？就是说谎、骗人，所以呢，他是一个说大话的这样的一个学生。那么他也就是说，对吧？他说大话的话，是不是他最后这里不来参加彩排，跟他说大话有没有关系呢？对，我们就要看到第二段。第二段第二段这里提到了，对吧？说新年快到了，这个是第一句。班上的同学要演一部话剧啊，谁知就在演出的前2天，扮演主角的那位同学生病了，这下该怎么办呢？大家都发起愁来，让我来演，我以前演过这个角色，你们就放心吧。大伟想也不想，又把大话说出了口。同学们听了，转忧为喜，从心底里感激他。好了，所以我给大家标上了第二段的句子的号码，是不是？你们可不可以在 chat 里面告诉我，你觉得哪个句子或者是哪些句子是他真正没去参加彩排的原因？我看到很多同学已经在陆陆续续的 在找了哈。找对的呢也是很多，有可能是一个，对吧？也有可能呢是两个，是吗？总之呢，当然也有可能是3个句子。总之你就是找到你确定，对吧？它就是他没去彩排的原因就可以了。啊，是这个志海说他在撒谎，是不是？是的，但是你不能只是写他在撒谎，因为你不能够完全用自己的话来回答，你一定要经常用到文章里的话来回答。这个是在做小六会考的阅读理解的时候一个非常重要的方法，好吧？一定要用到我们的第2步，就是找到原文当中的句子，尽量的多用原文当中的句子和词语去回答。好了，我要公布答案喽。我也看到很多同学写6，还有同学写5，也有56，对吧？也有2636等等。好，我们来看一下是哪个句子呢？应该是5和6，对吧？但是呢，我们找到了5和6之后呢，就要来到第3步了，对吧？我要写答案了，但是我知道我这个地方我一定得改，是不是？因为这个地方它并没有回答我们为什么他不参加彩排，我就要尽量去保留到那一些我可以用到的句子，是不是？我不能够完全不管它，我也不能完全抄下来，所以哪些我得那个留下来呢？首先我们知道，对吧？大伟是在说大话，所以这个句子，对吧？它是说大话，这个要留下来，对吧？他是说了大话。那么其他的呢？想也不想，你就不用写了，对吧？又把大话说出口，这些你就不用写了。他是说大话，那么他大话是什么呢？你就看第5句，让我来演，我以前演过这个角色，你们就放心吧，对吧？他大话是什么？他的大话就是这一句，他以前演过这个角色，那么实际上他没演过，对吧？你这样就好理解了。他以前从来没有演过这个角色，他只是在说大话，所以他不去参加彩排嘛，对吧？他一去参加彩排，不是别人就知道他根本不会演了吗？对吧？大家就发现了他在说大话，哎，所以呢，其他的你就不用写了，是不是？你们就放心吧，这你就不用写了，因为它就跟这个问题没关系，我们就重要去写就是这一个。我以前演过这个角色，就是他说的大话，对吧？把这个句子写下来。当然，我字呢也要变成他，对吧？他说，他告诉大家，他以前演过这个角色。我可不可以写这个角色？可以吗？这个我们刚才说要补充完整，对不对？这个是哪一个呢？对吧？我是不是不可以写这个？除非你前面已经写到了，你在第2句你才可以写这个，对吧？所以在这个地方，这个角色是什么角色呢？就是扮演主角的，对吧？那个主角的那个角色，话剧里主角的角色，你要把它写完整的。这个也是我们所讲的，你要补充完整，你不能够直接写这个，这是大家一定要记得的哦。这是一些非常小的一些细节，但是是得分的一些关键，好吧？所以这个角色我们知道是话剧的主角。那么现在我们就来写一写吧，这个答案应该怎么写哈？就把我们刚才找到的、保留的写下来。第2个问，我们要用因为开始，这样老师才知道啊，这位同学在回答第2问了，对吧？因为大伟是在我们说大话，对吧？他告诉大家他这个演过这个角色，让大家放心，对吧？那实际上你可以写他没有演过话剧中主角的那个角色，对吧？他没有演过那个角色，他是在说大话，所以他没去参加彩排，对吧？你可以再补充完整一点，对吧？他是在骗大家。 对吧？他是说大话骗了大家，没有演过，所以没去参加彩排。对吧？这个就是我们第二问的答案了。为什么没去呢？因为他在骗大家，还在说大话，他没演过，对吧？这就是39题的答案。所以呢，39题呢，我们可以去看到一个答题的一个技巧，在这前后2个问呢都有提到，就是把句子补充完整，对吧？我们在哪里补充完整的呢？一个是第一问的地方，直接答案是说他忘了，对吧？忘了什么？忘了参加彩排。然后第二个问呢，对吧？他说我没演过这个角色，这个角色是什么角色呢？你要把它补充完整。话剧中主角的那个角色，这就是2处补充完整的地方，对吧？然后呢，还有一个就是为什么3颗星多1颗星，就是因为第二问这个地方，你从文章中你直接找是不能在第3段找的，对吧？实际答案这个答案呢是在第2段，不在第3段。那么这个就需要一些理解能力。如果你有这个理解能力，你就能够得到所有的答案啊，这个分数4分，对吧？对啊，所以这个就是，这段问的什么？参加不是才加，对啊，就是加进去的，对吗？这个就是补充这个补充句子，把这个句子补充完整。对吧？这是参加彩排，这是第一问的一个回答问题的这个技巧，对吧？把它补充完整。第二问其实也有一个补充完整的，就是他在原文当中他是说这个角色你不能直接写，你要把它补充完整，是话剧中主角的那个角色，把它写清楚，对吧？这2个其实都是一个技巧，就是把句子补充完整作为问题的答案。好吧，这是我们从39题你可以学到的一些知识。好吧，我们再来看一下40题。很多同学呢，40题这个题啊，就是不知道该怎么去作答，对吧？好，我们给大家分享一些你可以让你的答案能够得到4分的方法。其实呢，这个题考什么呢？一定是考主题，对吧？一定是考这个篇章它的那个主题是什么，它的道理是什么。那么作为这个篇章来讲哈，其实不是很难。为什么呢？因为它在最后告诉我们了，对不对？它在最后一段第4段的时候，它已经直接告诉我们，你只需要把它写下来就可以了。对，就是这里提到，从此他终于明白。要获得别人的尊敬和喜爱，就要用真心去交换，对吧？这个是直接在文章中告诉我们的。那么你就可以写下来，对吧？你可以再多补充一个，就是不要说谎，是不是？不要说大话。好，那么但是如果你只写这一句呢，你是不能得到4分的，对吧？所以呢，我们就要讲讲看，怎么样你可以得到4分。也就是说，你怎么样可以把这个篇章的道理变成是你自己在生活当中的收获，对吧？你可以有足够多的句子内容，然后让你得到4分。好，那么我们可以怎么回答呢？首先，你的第一步，当然你要把这个主题写出来，对吧？这个也是3步答题，但是呢，这个3步答题跟刚才的不一样哈。刚才的第一步是找到第几段，对吧？第2步你要去画出句子，第3步呢，你要这个修改一下，对吧？变成答案。那么现在这个题呢，其实是考你自己的表达能力，所以呢，你要用别的方法。第一步，当然你写出文章的主题啦。第2步，你可以怎么做呢？你可以用故事的内容，对吧？用故事加以解释。你刚才说到不要说大话，对吧？那么故事是怎么让你知道说不要说大话的，对吧？你用一些故事的内容，然后第3步你再说说看，对吧？在生活中，你会如果说大话会有什么好坏处，对吧？如果你这个不说大话，你比如说保持真诚，你会得到什么样的好处？你可以从影响方面去讲，对吧？在生活中，如果你运用这种我们讲这种价值观，为什么呢？因为这个主题通常都是一种价值观。如果你运用这种价值观，对吧？你会得到什么好处，对吧？你会有什么好处？ 如果你有时候这个很难讲，你可以反过来讲，反之有什么坏处？这样的话，也就是说你在回答这个问题，你至少能写几句话呢？4句话，对不对？4句话4分嘛，一句话一个要点。对，先主题1句话啊，然后用故事回答2句话，对吧？第3句话啊，你有什么好处？第4句话你反之，对吧？你有什么坏处？所以我们可以用这个方法去写。那么第一步，我现在就把这个换个颜色啊，换个颜色来写。好，我们就把刚才找到最后一段的那个主题写出来，对吧？我们可以说这篇文章给我的启示是要获得别人的尊敬和喜爱，就应该真诚的对待别人。对吧？我们可以再加一个不要说大话，或者不要骗人。这个就是我们的第一步，把这个主题写出来。好，然后第2步呢，我们说用故事的内容加以解释，对吧？故事的内容我们当然就要去讲张大伟他说了大话，然后就没得到大家的喜爱，是不是？所以我们就简单的你去概括一下啊，你可以用一个句子开始，就像文中的张大伟。就像文中的张大伟，他说大话，骗了同学，被同学发现，大家最后的结果是什么呢？就是再也不相信他了，看，再也不相信他了，当然也不会喜欢他了，对吧？这个就是用文章的故事去加以解释。然后呢，我再回到我自己，对吧？因为毕竟他问的不是文章，他问的是你的启示是什么，所以呢，你再讲回你自己，你可以说在生活中，对吧？我如果真诚的对待别人，就会怎么样呢？对吧？大家就会相信我，喜欢我，跟我做朋友，对吗？这个是不是？如果你真诚的对待别人，别人会，对吧？你得到的好处。那么相反，对吧？反之，如果我跟张大伟一样，对吧？有什么坏处呢？一个总是说大话的人，对吧？别人再也不愿意理睬我。这个就是你最后能够给老师看到的答案。实际上，我们都是围绕这个主题去写，就看谁能写的比较多一点，对吧？有话可讲，而且讲的有道理，这个就是你能够得到4分的关键，对吧？因为老师的这个题只有一个给分标准，就叫言之成理即可，就是什么意思呢？你说的有道理就可以。对吧？所以只要你的第一步，你的主题找对了，然后接下来呢，你能够有不同的句子、不同的角度去解释你的主题，你就能够把4分都拿到，好吧？如果你只写1、2句话，这个老师非常喜欢你，对吧？想给你4分，那也是没办法的，因为毕竟你没有足够多的内容让老师可以给你分数，好吧？所以只要是最后一题哈，不管问你启示也好。或者是问你学到什么道理也好，你都是用这个方式去回答，好吧？这就是我们的最后一题哈，可以去学习的这样的一个答题步骤，好吗？OK，那么今天要跟大家分享的就到这里啊，实际上就是阅读理解2B组，因为前面的语文基础题对大家来讲都不算很难，对吧？讲很多也没有特别大的意义，因为你只要学会了课本的词语，你就都能做对。所以这个阅读理解2B组 是拉开大家分数的一个关键。特别是如果你现在的分数，对吧，可能是在 AL3、AL2 这样的，对吧？你想要达到 AL1，你就一定要在阅读理解2B 组这个部分去用功。那么跟大家分享我们今天的这个答题3步法，也跟大家分享其中的一些小技巧啊，怎么去修改啦，对吧？怎么找到在文章的位置呀？怎么去理解第二问呢？啊，那么你们可以在这个平常的练习当中，对吧？你可以去尽量用到我们今天讲的这些东西。好了，那么大家对于今天的我们所讲的有什么问题吗？汉语拼音啊，有同学问汉语拼音，汉语拼音实际上没有什么技巧，对吧？你得去记，但是我可以跟你讲几个重点，你可以去记的。就如果你在复习词语的时候呢，你遇到了它有这样的一些特点，你就尽量要去记下来，好吧？什么特点呢？你发现它有前后鼻音的，就是这样的，它有比如说音，对吧？然后还有音，那么如果有这样的，你就去记住它，对吧？还有呢，就比如说是这个呃还有对吧？这样的这样的就是有前后鼻音的，这个你去记住它，好吧？这个是一个考试重点。那么第二个考试重点是什么呢？就是这个字呢，它是翘舌音或者是平舌音，也就是说，比如说它是丝或者是湿的，对吧？是呲的或者是吃的，滋之这样的，就是它是平翘舌的，那么你要去记住它，好不好？啊，这两个是特别重要的。其次呢，相对来说比较重要的就是了和呢，啊，你要分得清楚啊。除此之外，声调，就是从这个声母和韵母来讲，这几个是重点。那么还有一个重点是这个声调，好吧？声调有的同学二声和三声分不出来的同学，你就去记住那个二声和三声，好吧？这个是我可以给你的一个方向。如果你遇到这样的词，你要特别去记。但是呢，你要说对吧？一定要考什么？那就不知道。就是你就是一定要去记住就可以了。学习词语，大家还有什么问题吗？没有问题哈。
有同学要看第一题。
第一题就是我们今天讲的第一题嘛。
对，
36题吗？是不是36题？36题的话呢，我们并没有写答案，是因为第3步没有任何的改动哈。但是我可以给你画出来，就是在第一段的这一句话和这一句话，就是36题的答案，就直接抄下来就是可以了。好吗？这是36题，有同学要讲35是吗？可以，那我就简单的讲一讲，好吧？35和这种题目啦。答题方法的总结啊，答题方法的总结就是我们今天只讲了一个东西，就是这个3步法，好不好？就是这个3步法。第一步，找到在文章的第几段，好吧？第二步，你要画出这个句子，好，不要用自己的话去作答，你要画出句子，哪些句子把它找完整，对吧？找完整，然后呢，画出来。第3步就是去改这些句子，这个就是我们你做任何一个，对吧？除了最后一个题，你做任何一个那些问答题，你都是按照这3个步骤去做，好吗？好吧。如果你要问三十五题的话呢，对吧？好像没有那么回事一样，对不对？这个呢，它其实是一种呃他问你这个词的一个意思啦。那么你可能去想一想，这个词是讲人的还是讲事情的， 对吧？他还是去讲一个东西的。好，那么好像没有那么回事一样。我们经常讲，对吧？我觉得有这么一回事，对吧？所以它这个词你就可以去确定是讲人的。所以谁好像没那么回事呢？你就要问自己这个问题，对吧？谁呢？那么文章里只有谁？只有张大伟和同学们，对吧？那么是张大伟好像没那么回事一样，还是同学们好像没那么回事一样？在这个话剧表演当中，对吧？你可以去问谁呢？那么你就会得出一个答案是张大伟好像没那么回事，对不对？他没去参加彩排，张大伟好像没那么回事，而不是同学们，对吧？同学们是很着急、很紧张的，所以你这个时候你就可以去到这个地方去看。好，那么你就会发现张大伟若无其事的回答，这个若无其事你放进去，对吧？张大伟好像没那么回事一样回答到我忘了，对吧？你就把这个35题的那个开关引号的带进去读，哎，你会发现意思差不多，所以呢，你就可以确定这个题的答案就是若无其事了，好吧？通常我是这样子去找的。如果你用这样的方法你都找不到，你就从第一段开始啊，去看哪一个词有这个意思。那么这个是35题。如果你没有问题的话呢，应该是可以离开了吧？哈。
So we have come to the end of the session. For those of you in the PSLE journey community, actually, it's going to be an ongoing thing, right? So this is only the very start of it, where we started sharing the mock WA1s. Thereafter, there'll be more resources that we also look to share, and also more of these live sharing sessions too that we will go through with you. So do keep a lookout for all these resources, and let us know also in the Telegram channel if there's any other things that you all would find that's useful for you all along the way too. Yeah. Yeah. So thanks. And wish you all a good week ahead. And yeah, so we'll continue to work together on this journey to PSLE.